We finally arrived at the airport, and not without interruptions. We were stopped 4 more times by different cops, each encounter ending exactly the same way. I didn't regret it though. It saved me about 30 minutes of driving. Worth it. Naturally, once we reached a quiet, secluded area near the terminal, I took a moment to store the entire car inside my spatial bracelet. I didn't pay extra for an expanded space the size of several houses just for the novelty. I was honestly surprised I wasn't charged more for it. But hey, who was I to complain? The flight from California to New York lasted 5 hours and 20 minutes. The moment we landed and cleared the airport, I slipped into another low-traffic alley and summoned the car back onto the street. Alfred slid behind the wheel while I relaxed in the back seat, sipping an iced Coke. "Where to, young master?" Alfred asked, craning his neck slightly to look at me. "To the nearest 5-star hotel," I replied lazily. Alfred nodded, pulling out a glossy brochure from the glove compartment. I'd tucked it there earlier, just in case. "Would the Ritz-Carlton by Central Park suit your taste?" "That'll do." Traffic was horrendous. At one point, we were being overtaken by pedestrians. On foot. Even with Alfred behind the wheel, weaving like an urban ghost, it was unbearable. After what felt like a century, we arrived. I hopped out, handled check-in, and came back to the car 5 minutes later. While heading back, I brought up a question I'd been meaning to ask. "Hey Alfred, remember that magical district I visited back in Seattle? I was planning on buying my school supplies there. Is that possible from here?" His answer caught me off guard. Apparently, that district wasn't technically in Seattle. The brick wall I passed through was a portal, just one of many gateways scattered across America. Much like Diagon Alley in England, the American Magical District could be accessed through specific entry points. One of those entry points, as luck would have it, was in Times Square. The portal here was cleverly hidden within the statue of George M. Cohan. You simply walked into it, just like the barrier at King's Cross Station, and boom, magical world. Naturally, I decided to use it. There was no functional difference in where I bought my supplies, and New York offered convenience. But in hindsight, that was a mistake. The Seattle gateway was practically empty. This place was a circus. "Alfred," I sighed, shaking my head, "let's walk. Driving here is pointless." "As you wish, young master," he said with a polite bow. "You really don't have to keep bowing. A nod will do just fine." "If that is your wish." He started to bow again, paused mid-motion, and settled for a stiff, awkward nod. Progress. It took several minutes to fight through the human ocean that was Times Square. Thousands of people moved in every direction. It was like trying to walk through a colony of ants. Naturally, I walked right up to the first statue I saw and tried to phase through it. Instead, I smacked headfirst into solid rock. "Son of a," I grumbled, staggering back. I looked up and realized it was a statue of some military guy on horseback. And I'd just headbutted the base. Classic me. "Wrong one, huh?" I muttered, rubbing my forehead. Eventually, I spotted another statue in the distance, partially hidden by the crowd. I approached, casually touched it, and my hand phased through. Bingo! I quickly stepped through only to crash straight into a man walking while reading a newspaper. We both tumbled to the ground. "Oi, you blind or what?" the man barked, struggling to get up as his round belly hindered his movements. "Sorry, Humpty. Didn't see you there," I said, extending a hand. What did you call me? Do you even know who I am?" He fumed, face turning a ripe shade of tomato. "Not a clue," I shrugged. "And honestly, don't care." I retracted my hand and walked away before he could reply. He was just being a prick, no need to feel bad about it. I wandered the district aimlessly for a while, getting increasingly irritated. I couldn't find any of the shops I needed. Finally, I walked into one that caught my eye, a sleek white and black storefront with an array of wands displayed in the window. A wand shop, at least. A bell jingled as I opened the door. An elderly woman emerged from behind a tall shelf, standing behind the counter with a curious look. "Oh, what do we have here? How may I help you, young man?" "I'm transferring from Hogwarts to Ilvermorny," I said honestly. "Just got my acceptance letter last week. I need help finding all the required shops, haven't had much luck." Thankfully, Dumbledore had come through for me before I left. I'd asked for help setting this up, and while he looked a bit too pleased at the idea of me transferring, he'd followed through. He did seem a little less thrilled when I told him it was temporary. Can't imagine why. That old goat practically did a jig until then. "Hogwarts, the woman said, arching an eyebrow. "All the way from England? What brings you across the pond?" I gave her a casual shrug. Heard it was one of the best magical schools in the world. Wanted to see for myself. Also wanted to experience America's magical culture. So far, bit disappointed. Hoping Ilvermorny lives up to the hype. She blinked, then burst into a fit of laughter that echoed across the room. Well, at least someone was entertained. "I like you, kid," the old wandmaker said, eyes twinkling. "You're a breath of fresh air compared to the uptight crowd that normally walks in here. All stiff suits and noses in the air. I swear, those collars cut off blood flow to their brains." I chuckled as she continued. "You're on Griffin Street right now. This is where you'll find the essentials: wands, pets, brooms, and potions. Over in the corner is a shop that'll have all your potion supplies. But watch out, old man who runs it will definitely try to overcharge you. Crafty geezer." She leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Now, if you keep walking down this road, you'll come to an intersection. Take the first left. That street's got everything else: robes, books, accessories, you name it." She rattled off more directions, pointing and describing shops in vivid detail. Apparently, everything beyond wands and potions was in that left side alley. Much easier than hopping around randomly. "Do you need a wand, young man?" she asked, voice tinged with curiosity. I shook my head. "No, I've already got one. Don't use it much anyway." That wiped the smile clean off her face. "Don't tell me that crackpot Ollivander's selling duds again," she huffed. That got me. I burst into laughter, clutching my sides. "Is it true?" she demanded, confused by my reaction. Wiping a tear from my eye, I finally said, No, Ollivander's still the best. It's just that I don't need a wand anymore." She gave me a skeptical look. "What do you mean?" I didn't answer with words. I simply raised a hand. All the wand boxes in the room lifted into the air, floating gently like leaves in the wind. Then, with my other hand, I transfigured a nearby wooden chair into a phoenix, sleek, regal, carved in perfect detail. Her jaw dropped. She pointed shakily at the floating boxes, speechless. How are you doing that? How old are you?" "Just turned 12, I said casually. Her knees buckled. I caught her with a wave of my hand, the phoenix reverting into a soft armchair just in time to cushion her fall. That was my cue to leave. I didn't want to stick around answering 1,000 questions when she came to. I wasn't hiding my abilities, but I also wasn't interested in becoming the subject of local legend. Besides, I wasn't exactly worried about threats. I had a dragon that could reduce a city to ash, a sword that killed with a touch, a nigh indestructible metal servant, and, well, me. I could cast wandless magic with both hands simultaneously. And if push came to shove, I had my armor. "Drac, can the armor block the killing curse?" I asked silently. Of course it can, Drac snorted. Nothing can kill us. What, you think a glowing green laser pointer is the end of me? Don't insult me. Good to know. For 1 minute, I was functionally unkillable. That made things convenient. I made my way to the corner shop the wandmaker had mentioned, mentally preparing for the rip-off attempt. A wooden sign above the door read, "Timmy and Top's Trusted Potions." Trusted, huh? Already suspicious. I stepped inside, immediately hit by a swirl of scents: earthy herbs, pickled animal parts, something that might have once been moss, and regret. It made my nose wrinkle. "Can I help you, young man?" came a voice from nowhere. A hunched old man appeared behind the counter like a ghost. His aura screamed Ollivander's long-lost twin. "Morning," I said cautiously. The wand shop lady said this was the place to go for school supplies. Said you've got what I need. He chuckled knowingly. She also tell you I'd try to swindle you? Yes. He sighed. That old coot is my wife. Been trying to sabotage my business for years. Claims it builds character. That got a laugh out of me. Don't worry, he continued. Ask anyone out there about this place, and they'll tell you top-notch service, honest prices. But if you'd rather check for yourself, I won't stop you. Nah, I'll take your word for it. Saves me the hassle. He studied me for a moment, then grinned. That accent. English, with a hint of Scottish. You're not local. Transferred from Hogwarts to Ilvermorny, I confirmed. Ah, Europe. Makes sense. Wise move. Ilvermorny is a spectacular school more than lives up to its reputation. His confidence made it sound oddly enticing. One moment, he said, disappearing through a side door. He returned minutes later, levitating a crate. Not a box, not a bag, a full-on crate. What are you storing in there, a basilisk? I asked, half joking. The old man chuckled. What, you thought it'd be a tiny box with a few beakers and a cauldron? I didn't respond, and that was enough for his jaw to drop. Don't tell me that's all Hogwarts gives you? I nodded. He looked genuinely offended. Good grief, how far they've fallen. Listen, kid, brace yourself. Ilvermorny doesn't play around. If I were you, I'd imagine the craziest stuff possible to prepare. I started picturing insane scenarios: mermaid professors, duels with trolls, live battle training dragons pulling carriages for crying out loud. Oh, and speaking of dragons, don't be shocked when you see the carriages. Thud. I collapsed to the floor, silently laughing like a lunatic. Why, you all right, kid? He asked, half concerned, half amused. If that set you off, I fear for your sanity come orientation day. No kidding.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
I tried to compose myself to the best of my ability and stood back up. How can they domesticate dragons? I asked skeptically. They're a recently discovered breed of water dragons. They are much smaller than the likes of the horntail, for example. But the house elves seem to have an affinity towards them that allows for domestication. So, the school decided to employ a couple and drive several carriages full of students to the school. They provide excellent protection. I understood. After all, there were many unknowns in this world. Maybe there was an ancient link between house elves and these dragons. Either way, it was a pleasant shock. Stop calling them dragons. It's insulting, Drac bellowed. I ignored him and picked my ear with my pinky. Thank you for your valuable advice. Here is the money, I said, and gave him a small pouch with 50 galleons. I had swapped out 10,000 American dollars for 5,000 galleons. The conversion was different here from what it was in England. Here, you got more bang for your buck. It seems my choice of investing in American companies was the right one. Thank you for your purchase, he said with a smile. I really didn't care if he did rip me off. He gave me a lot of information that would be useful and save me from pulling stupid faces and making a fool out of myself. I exited the shop but was interrupted by the screams of a man. There he is, get him for me, yelled a fat man. It was Humpty, the same fat man I had run into when I first arrived. And he seems to have brought the rest of the egg carton with him. 6 other men with wands and stupid grins on their faces came running at me. I sighed at my terrible luck. Not only did I run into a stone wall, but I bumped into this fat bastard that was now ruining my day. Kid, I told you not to mess with me, said the fat man as he walked forward. I was surrounded, but I simply stood there with my hands in my pocket and Alfred by my side. I almost forgot he was there since he was silent the entire time. How can I help you, Humpty? I asked casually as I observed the 6 men. 2 of them were obese, 3 of them were too skinny, and the last one had some potential. By the way he was standing, he knew how to duel and fight hand to hand. Again, with that name, you punk. You think you're tough with your tattoos and shit? He asked. Listen, Chubbs, I don't want any bloodshed. You all looked like respectable men. I'm sure we can settle this like gentlemen, right? I asked calmly. Maybe if it was back then, but now, I'll teach you not to mess with the Porter family, he said with a grin. You're really wasting my time, fatty. I really don't want to fight any of you, and I don't give a rat's ass about who your fucking family is, but let me warn you, if you continue down this path, I'll send your head back to your family in a neatly wrapped package. So, I would weigh my options carefully, I said with a hint of killing intent. I was getting the itch to fight again. It had been so long since I last did. As I said that, there was some gasps in the audience that had converged on our locations due to all the ruckus Humpty was making with his shouts. Did you hear what he said? He's willing to offend the Porter family? He's so dead, said a man. I agree, the boy clearly looks like he isn't from around here. Just look at his tattoos and what he's wearing, said another. I simply scoffed and glared at them momentarily, which made them flinch. All right, Humpty, time's up. What's the verdict? Life or death? I said in a monotonous voice. Beat him to a pulp. And do it quickly. The aurors will be coming this way in a while, said the fat man with a vicious grin. Asterisk sigh asterisk, so you have chosen death. Okay, so be it, I said with a shrug and cracked my neck. Before anyone moved, flashes of light covered my vision and everything turned black and white. I left my body and gained a bird's eye view of everything. 6 of them surrounded me. 2 of them ran forward, 3 of them stood back and pulled out their wands, and the 6th ran behind the first 2, hiding his figure. He was going for an attack while I was distracted. Smart play. The 3 who stood behind shot out spells. One of them was Petrificus Totalis, another used Incarcerus, and the final one used Expelliarmus on me even though I didn't have a wand. I really worried for his mental health. As soon as I saw all that, my vision blurred and I had returned to my body. The world regained its color. So that's what the future sight ability did. Fascinating, I mumbled as I stared at my hands, completely not paying attention to the 6 men who were already moving. The first fat man swung his fist at me, but I just leaned back, barely dodging. I then pushed his elbow, which made his overswing. This caused him to hit his friend. I then saw the 3rd man, who was hiding behind the 2, and grinned, trying to draw my attention and attack while I was distracted. Nice try. Now dance for me, monkey. I said with a wide grin and shot my leg out towards him at inhumane speed. The man was both shocked that I had guessed his plan and incensed at being called monkey. He twisted his body at an odd angle and managed to dodge my kick. Wow, I underestimated you. If I'm not mistaken, you must be his retainer or bodyguard, right? I asked while pointing at Humpty casually. The man's face was red with anger at my complete disregard for his attacks. Here, let me introduce you. This is my bodyguard, I said with an excited grin. Alfred, break their legs, starting with this angry little fellow, I said before walking away. The man lost his temper and rushed at me blindly. I grinned as I observed that from over my shoulder. Before his fist was able to make contact with me, he was sent smashing into the wall where he remained, like a magnet on a fridge. Everyone was shocked and turned to the old man who was always silently standing behind me. Alfred lowered his leg that was still in the air from his kick and looking at the man firmly lodged into the wall with disdain. "TCH, weakling," he said before looking at the three that had just shot out 3 spells at me. I simply stood there. Alfred, go deal with those 2 tubs of fat. Let me handle these 3. I said, my hands still in my pockets. As you wish, young master. Alfred nodded and walked towards the 2 fat men who were getting up. As I looked at the 3 incoming attacks, I smiled and stretching out one of my hands. "Et ex flamma," I said casually, and a massive wave of black fire seeped out of my hand and devoured the 3 attacks. "I think these belong to you," I said with a mocking grin and casually waved my hand. 3 spells shot out from my hand instantly and smashed into the 3 men. One froze and fell on his face. One was bound by strong ropes restricting all movement, and the last one lost his wand. I casually waved my hand and a small flame incinerated the 3 wands into ashes. These were the new tricks I had learned while I was here in America. To my surprise, the black flames could do a lot more than burn. I then sent a Petrificus Totalis towards the 3rd since he only got his wand taken away. Once he fell, the heart-wrenching screams of a man could be heard. Curious, I turned around only to see one of the fat men having both of his legs smashed into a pulp. Not a single bone or part of his legs was left untouched. I nodded contentedly. As Alfred did that, I looked at the pale faces of the audience. "Are you not entertained?" I yelled, my arms raised and a smile on my face as I spun around slowly. I always wanted to say that. Everyone in the crowd took a step back. "Why are you so cruel?" yelled a woman from the audience. "Oh, I'm the cruel one? Wow, what a twist. So, we can just forget that I'm an innocent, defenseless 12-year-old boy being ganged up on by 7 grown men," I said while pretending to be frail. From the faces everyone pulled, nobody would believe I was innocent or defenseless. "You might be young, but you still went overboard," a young man chimed in. He looked to be about 17 years old. "Oh, how so?" I asked. Was it necessary to make them go through? Another scream reverberated through the street, which cut the young man off. "As you were saying," I said. Was it necessary to make them go through so much pain? You beat them and immobilized them. Isn't that enough?" he asked, slightly shaking from the continuous painful screams that continued in the background. "Not really, if I'm not wrong," Humpty over there said, and I quote, "beat him to a pulp. I think that what I'm doing is much less severe compared to what he ordered, wouldn't you say?" I asked with a mocking grin. Before the man could say any more, the crowd split and a group of 4 made their way through. They were dressed in black suits and cloaks. I suspected them to be the American aurors, and my suspicions were proven to be true when the crowd began to murmur that name. "Nobody move, we will be detaining everyone for questioning," said the leading auror. He had a big mustache and held his wand to his throat to enhance his voice. I think that's our cue to leave, Alfred, I said with a smile. Alfred stopped breaking bones and walked to my side under the gaze of everyone present. You will not be going anywhere, young man, said one of the aurors. Sadly, that is not up to you to decide. I shook my head. I whispered nebulous under my breath, and a torrent of thick fog seeped out of my hand, quickly engulfing several streets in dense mist. Nobody could see more than a meter in front of them. Wonderful spell, young master, said Alfred as he observed the results. I chuckled and quickly mixed in with the crowd. I could hear the shouts of the aurors as they cursed. This only served to make me laugh even louder. I was a pleasure, gentlemen. Humpty, I'll be seeing you soon. Your head is mine, I yelled, which served to further stir the already panicked crowd. Naturally, I couldn't actually be bothered to follow up on my threat. That is, unless I saw him again. If so, then I would deliver on my promise. I made my way through the crowd and arrived at the street which sold all the things I needed. It was also covered in fog, which now began to inconvenience me, but it was a spell that even if cancelled would still last for a little while. Plus, the aurors were around, so I took this time to change my appearance. Mutatio vultus. I felt my face grow hot and itchy, which lasted a few moments before stopping. I pulled out a mirror from my bracelet and looked at it. I looked a bit more mature. I looked to be about 17. I had to say, I got uglier, but that was the point. My stature also got a little taller, and my clothes changed to a more suiting one which better fit in with the crowd. I then looked at Alfred. Change your appearance as well. I don't want to be caught so soon. I still have things to buy after all. Alfred nodded and changed his appearance into that of a young and handsome mid-30s man. He had black hair and a short beard to match. His suit turned gray, and a cane appeared in his hands. Good taste, Alfred, well done. I praised and gave him a thumbs up. He seemed very happy about it and had a wide smile on his face that showed his white teeth. I then began to walk down the mist-covered streets in order to buy my stuff. After about an hour the fog lifted, and I coincidentally happened to find myself in front of the clothing store. Through the window there were mannequins moving and showing off the flexibility of the clothing. Some were even outside handing out flyers and stuff. Smart strategy. My expectations grew the closer I got. The smell of perfume permeated the air as soon as I walked in. The shiny marble floor made a asterisk clack clack asterisk sound as I stepped, and my reflection could be clearly seen. Hundreds of shelves with countless different textiles and fabrics towered to the ceiling. The staff could be seen scurrying around here and there carrying clothing or being yelled at by a young woman in her 30s with a tape measure around her neck. When she noticed me, she screamed something, and a young man no more than 20 years old came running with a haggard look on his face. It seems he hadn't slept in a while. Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you? He asked while catching his breath. I'm here to buy a couple of sets of school uniforms, he explained. Ah yes, Madame Monet will be with you shortly. If you'd like, you can take a seat over here and she will attend you shortly, he said while extending his hand out towards the lounge where a big array of couches could be seen. I was astounded by the class this place had. It was very fancy, unlike Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As I sat down, a floating teapot came over with an empty cup and a small ceramic plate. I took the cup and let the teapot serve me some tea. It then floated away towards other customers who were waiting to be attended. There was a young lady that seemed to be about 16 sipping on her tea. On a different couch was an old man with a boy about my age, and then there was a man in his 40s who was reading the newspapers. I focused on what the papers were saying, and I was shocked at what I saw. Robert Sanders, mass murderer and leader of a group of terrorist magicians, have escaped imprisonment. They are one of the last few groups that sympathized with Grindelwald's ideals. The group is highly dangerous, and anyone who sees them is advised to keep their distance and inform the local authorities. Interesting. It was understandable. After all, I had also once thought of following in his footsteps. If it wasn't for the logistical issues and the overall lack of feasibility of the plan, I would have made it one of my many goals. It would be fun to meet them, I thought before taking a sip of my tea. When I finished it, the pot came over again and began trying to fill it up. I let it do so before getting up and walking towards another couch that had a newspaper on it. It was coincidentally the one with the girl my age. When she saw me coming over, she showed a face of displeasure and annoyance which she failed to hide after much effort. "I'm not interested," she said coldly. I didn't even look at her and reach over for the newspaper next to her. "You have quite the ego there, don't you?" I said before turning away and walking back to my couch. I waved my hand. The newspaper began to float in place while I held my tea. After reading a page, I would swipe my hand left and the page would turn. From the corner of my eye, I could see the infuriated face of the girl, which was also mixed with traces of astonishment as she saw what I was doing. I simply moved the newspaper to cover her face and continued with my reading. About 20 minutes later, a woman with a yellow tape measure came over. I could see her face peeking over my newspaper. Hello, I assume you're Madame Monet?" I asked while putting the paper down. "That is correct. I was informed that you were looking to buy a couple of school uniforms," she asked in confirmation. "That is correct." I nodded. "Very well, come with me," she said before spinning on her heels and walking away without waiting. I simply chuckled and followed after her with brisk steps. "Please stand over there, I will be back shortly." She pointed at the stool in front of a formation of mirrors. I nodded and stepped up onto the stool and stood there quietly. It didn't take long for Monet to come back, and with her, dozens of fabrics. But there was a pattern. They were only about 4 colors: black, navy blue, gold, and red. "I like the color choice." Monet then waved her hand, and the tape measure that was on her neck flew out and split into 10 identical ones that began to take measurements of my body. As the tapes swirled around me, I could see her scribbling something at tremendous speed. Soon a page was filled up with numbers and measurements. "It will be ready in an hour. Please come back by then," she said. Suddenly something came to mind, and this thought made me want to stuff my head into a drawer. I used transfiguration to change my appearance. Wouldn't that fuck up the measurements? I smacked my forehead when I thought about it. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," I repeated. Helpless, I walked out of the store and went to buy the other stuff I needed. The books were all written down on a sheet of parchment attached to the acceptance letter. So, I walked into the bookstore while holding the letter and started searching. 30 minutes later, I walked out with a happy smile. I was able to buy everything, which was good. Now I needed to buy some other stuff for school. After another 30 minutes, I arrived back at the clothing store and found Monet walking towards the lounge. "Ah, Mr. Knight. Just in time. I have your stuff ready," she said with a smile. But I couldn't help but grimace. When she saw that, she frowned. "What is the problem?" she asked. "Is there somewhere more private? This is slightly sensitive," I said vaguely with an awkward smile. Her frown intensified, but she still nodded. "Yes, follow me to my office," she said. Once inside, I closed the door and saw her take a seat at her desk. "So what's the problem?" she asked. I didn't answer, but instead whispered, "Revelio." I felt my face itch and burn up again, and I felt myself getting slightly shorter. I saw Monet's face change from a frown to surprise to shock and finally a laugh. "What's so funny?" I asked. You're the kid who beat up those six and eluded the aurors like it was nothing. Everyone is talking about it. I get it, you're probably worried that the clothes won't fit because of the stature change. Right? She said with a knowing smile. Yes, that right. I nodded with surprise. Then it's much simpler this way. The clothes can change shape to fit the wearer. You can be obese or anorexic and the clothes will shrink or expand to fit your size, she said confidently. I was amazed at the power of magic once again. It was so convenient. And here I thought you couldn't pay, she chuckled. I laughed as well and placed a pouch on the table that had 200 galleons inside. Thank you for the clothing, Madame Monet. I nodded. No worries. You're a very talented kid. Good luck in school. I heard they're holding the once-in-a-decade dueling competition between Ilvermorny and Maharakoro in Japan. You should participate. With your capabilities, you might reach a high level, she revealed to my shock. I didn't know that was a thing, especially between these two countries if we take into consideration their history, I said truthfully. Monet laughed at my words. Most of the time we don't care for the squabble between no-mage people. As long as both magical communities stay out of it, wizards don't participate. The competition has been going on for 2 centuries. It started out in 1802 and has been going on since then. She paused and then shook her head. But we haven't been able to take the lead for long. Every time we win one, they win the one afterwards. We can never cement our lead. Ilvermorny has won 9 so far and so has Maharakoro, she said before sighing. I was amazed that they had something like that going on. It reminded me of the Triwizard Cup. So how does it work? I asked. They will hold a school-wide competition where the top 10 will be selected. Everyone can enter, but usually, it's the 7th years that take all the slots. Then, depending on the rotation, either we go over to Maharakoro or they come over to Ilvermorny. This time, sadly, we'll have to fight on their home ground. She didn't seem to have little confidence. Why does it matter where the tournament is held? I asked. It makes all the difference. One side is accustomed to the environment and is being cheered on by their entire school. The other side is forced to stay in a foreign land that they are unaccustomed to and are placed under a lot of pressure from being spectated by the opposing school. This puts heavy psychological pressure on the visiting team. And usually, that is more than enough to affect their performance, she concluded. I understood. It was naturally to be nervous. After all, not only were they representing the school, but they were now being subjected to intense pressure from being in an unfamiliar environment. I understand. I'll see if I can participate. After all, it sounds like fun. Do you know how long the competition lasts? I asked. The selection will start in October and will last 2 weeks. After that, the selected participants will have 2 weeks to get ready and the competition will start in November and will go on for a week. After all, it's dueling. Usually, battles like those don't go on for more than a couple of minutes at most, she said casually. I nodded. It made sense. Unlike the Triwizard tournament, there wasn't that much planning involved. And the battles only went for several minutes, so it would be unrealistic to stretch it out. As I was thinking about how to make it work with my initial goal, a crazy idea popped into my head. Drac, Achlies, how about we make a deal with the headmaster? I will guarantee victory, and in return, they help me with a key that is of no use to them, I proposed. Sounds like a good idea. The headmaster would probably take the bet, but they would test you, so you better be ready for that. And it would make our life easier. We would no longer have to sneak around. Naturally, the headmaster might not know either, so we might still need to search for it, Drac said. I don't really care. but if I have to give my 2 cents, then I would say it's worth a shot, Etchlies said dismissively. It seems we have ourselves a plan. I nodded to myself. Anyway, it was a pleasure chatting with you, Madame Monet. Look forward to the news of Ilvermorny's victory, I said with a smile before getting up. Confidence of arrogance? She asked. I shrugged. Who knows? I then waved my hand and transfigured myself into the same disguise as before and walked out the door where Alfred was waiting. Back in the office, Madame Monet was sweating. What a talented little kid. I was going to use legilimency to try and peek at his secrets, but I suddenly got the feeling that I was being stared at by 2 hungry beasts. He is definitely not as simple as he looks, she mumbled to herself. I exited the store, but this time with a couple sets of uniforms and information about a competition I was most eager to participate in, although it felt like killing chickens with a rocket launcher. It didn't take away from the thrill I was feeling about the whole thing. Who cares anyway? It can simply be used to measure where I am compared to wizards currently. I could also use it as training for my ocular powers. With that thought spinning in my mind, I exited through the statue and appeared right in the middle of Times Square. I headed back to the hotel since there was nothing more I wanted to do here. I would be leaving for Massachusetts tomorrow. Upon entering my room, I sat on a chair and began to train my metal ability. It was much more difficult than I had initially thought. It required a very controlled but steady stream of magic while also making sure I perfectly visualized the thing I want to create. I asked Alfred for advice, but he simply said that it came naturally to him. He didn't have to really control the magic input, he only had to vaguely think about the shape. This made me realize that although I could take their abilities, I didn't take away their experience. And although I could also take that as previously done with a Pratigo spell, examples like Alfred remained where they were simply born with maximum mastery. It sounded ludicrous and against logic, but magic didn't abide by Muggle logic, so I could only accept it the way it is. The long and hard way it was then. Several hours went by this way and I was finally seeing some progress, even if it might be minuscule. The night was encroaching soon, and with it the fatigue I had been building up from today. It was interesting, to say the least, but tiring nonetheless. The hateful thing about NYC was that the sirens of who knows what kept zooming by all night. It really wasn't called the city that never sleeps for nothing. I woke up after some hard-fought sleep in a terrible mood. Everything was irritating, and I almost blew the fuse at Alfred for asking if I wanted sugar with my tea. I could hear the incessant laughter of Etchlies and Drac in my head, which didn't help in the least. Don't you overgrown lizards need to sleep? I asked. Nope. We only need to sleep when we are out of magic, and since the seal supplies us with magic constantly, that problem is taken care of. So, we are up 24/7, Drac responded with a laugh. What do you do all the time? Aren't you bored? I asked. Well, I was, but now that Etchlies is here, we've been playing chess inside your mind space, he said casually, but his words made me grind my teeth. How do I get in my own mind space? It seems you can waltz in whenever the fuck you want. But I can't even access it, I said angrily as I buttered my bread furiously, much to Alfred's amusement. Right, I did forget about that. All you need to do is focus on your mind space. I know it sounds stupid and vague, but it's the best I can explain it. Once you focus on it, send some magic into it, he said. His words sounded unhelpful, but having no better choice, I closed my eyes and focused on the mind space he mentioned. I envisioned it as the place I last saw Drac in. Then, once I had the image locked in, I sent some magic into it and instantly my vision changed. I was no longer in the hotel room, but in a black room devoid of anything but darkness. In the distance, a black dragon with claws made of golden light was cursing furiously at his opponent, who was an identical copy of him but seemed to be made out of the abyss itself. All the light that came off of Drak's claws were sucked into the darkness. But Drak didn't seem to mind, since he was banging his glowing fists angrily against the table. As I made my way over, his shouts could be heard. "You bastard! How many times is that now? How many times have you cheated?" he bellowed. "TCH, it's not cheating if you have no proof. You can only blame yourself for being so shit at the game," said the Atlies with a shrug. He seemed to notice my presence and looked in my direction. "What are you standing there for? I won't bite much," he finished just as I was about to take a step. "TCH, stop annoying the kid. Tom, come over and spectate the game. This fucker keeps cheating. I'm sure of it. I just can't find out how," he said angrily. "Bah, sore loser," Ashlies said mockingly. When I got closer, I saw just how monstrously huge they were. I then began to float and soon reached the overly huge chessboard. Drak and Ashlies were seated on wooden chairs as they placed the pieces back on their starting positions. "Okay, this time I'll preside over the game. No cheating is allowed," I said glaringly at Ashlies. He simply waved me off, which caused a massive gale of wind to burst out. The force behind the wind was enough to level an entire block. Such monstrous strength. When I began to think about how strong they were when they were one being, I swear I almost shit myself. The image was simply too scary. As the chess game commenced, I soon found myself entranced in the match. Ashlies' skill with his pieces was amazing. Every single one of his moves had a purpose. It was all a part of a scheme he was concocting 20 moves in the future. The problem revealed itself at this point. Drak was simply shit at chess. When Ashlies finally checkmated his opponent, Drak flew into another rage. "You goddamn cheater. Tom, tell me he cheated." "How did he cheat?" Drak said hysterically. He looked at me expectantly. I almost felt bad for him. The key word being almost. Simply because this fucker liked to see me being miserable. Even if he meant well, he was still annoying. This was my chance to get back at him. I looked at Ashlies and shot him a menacing smile, which made the latter burst into thunderous laughter. "Drak, there is indeed a problem. And a massive one at that." I paused and looked at him gravely. "Ha! You, sir, have been caught," Drak said while pointing at Ashlies. His words cut Ashlies' laughter short. "That's not possible. No, I didn't cheat," he said with a shake of his head. "Drak, I said there was a big problem, but it's not with Ashlies. It's your head. There seems to be a few screws loose," I said before me and Ashlies both burst out laughing. Drak's triumphant laughter stopped instantly. It sounded like someone had choked a rooster while it was announcing dawn. There was a silence in the space before Drak began to visible shake. A subtle rumbling could be felt. Me and Ashlies looked at each other and began to sweat. "We're fucked," we said at the same time. We ran for our lives in the infinite space in my mind as the thunderous roar of an enraged Drak could be heard. This only served to make us laugh once more. Several hours later I emerged from the space while rubbing my head. I was beaten black and blue by him when he caught me. I tried to leave the space, but I realized I didn't know how to. I was doomed to eternal suffering after that. But I made sure Achilles suffered too. He wasn't getting away if I didn't. So, me and Drak went on to hunt him down. I had to say, it was the most fun I've had in a long time. After having my fun, I got dressed in my oh-so-wonderful Hawaiian outfit I had decided to run with from now on. The vibrant colors and patterns on the shirt never ceased to lighten my mood. It was working since I was no longer so cranky. I exited the hotel and walked to the parking lot behind the building and hopped into the car. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An hour and a half later, I found myself in Boston, Massachusetts. It was a relatively short flight. It took longer to get there due to the swarm of traffic in NYC. Boston was nice, but I had long grown tired of sightseeing. I really was sick of it. Buildings, trees, and more buildings. Oh, and a shit ton of cars. I was done. No more sightseeing in cities for a long time. I didn't stick around and instantly summon the car when I could and got Alfred to drive towards Williamtown, which was where the school had their students gather. It was secluded as shit. The town was very rural and gave off an English vibe. There must be a magical entrance that automatically sends you to the town. But honestly, I needed the time to practice my metal ability, and rushing everywhere wasn't going to be of any use. There was nothing to do when I got there anyway. I might as well enjoy the countryside that was the complete opposite to what I had seen a lot of lately. I think I preferred it too. Nobody yelling and screaming obscenities, no car horns in the middle of the night. It was peaceful. The car ride was nice. I talked to Alfred the entire time while I practiced. He was telling me stories about my great-grandfather and his strangeness. I then told him about England and about the things I did and would be doing there. When I told him about the Triwizard Cup that was going to be held in 2 years' time, he became excited. The more I talked about the event, the more excited I got as well. I liked competitions that involved magic. It was rare to be able to use magic in my wit to that extent. But there was a lot to do in between then. I finally made some decent headway with my metal manipulation though. I was able to create a small doll-sized replica of Drac. Although the details were basic, it was much better than before. As I celebrated my success, I noticed that the road was getting slightly better, and a town soon came into view. It was old, but something about it made it seem cozy and welcoming. The scenery that encompassed the town was breathtaking. The grassy hills that extended as far as the eye could see, the nice, lush trees that had vibrant jade-like leaves. The town seemed full of life that overflowed into the surroundings. Naturally, I guessed that it must be due to the overly active magical presence in the town that attracted magical essence to the place. This naturally nourished the plants in the surrounding landscape as well. Well, it was a guess anyway. I also saw a lot of people that you wouldn't see in a town like this. People dressed in overly pompous suits, children with expensive branded clothing, expensive cars. It was quite interesting. It certainly looked out of place. But then and again, was I one to judge? Just looking at me, one would think I was glowing with all the vibrant colors I had on. As Alfred parked the car nearby and hopped out, I instantly attracted the attention of some people. It couldn't be helped. The mixture of tattoos and vibrant clothing certainly didn't help in being subtle. But I wasn't trying to be in the first place. I had long learned that I suck at it. Another thing I wasn't good at. The kids looked at me curiously while some parents had frowns on their faces. Coincidentally, it was the rich ones that flaunted their prestige through their material possessions and attitude. It was like they were floating above the rest of us. I simply shook my head. People like these were everywhere. In England, the Malfoys were a perfect example, and here it was these clowns. I simply slipped on my shades and took a casual stroll around the town. There was still 2 days before I had to go through the magical entrance in this town. I had no clue where I would be taken, but it was sure to be exciting judging from what that old man had described. I soon saw an ice cream shop and old memories sprang into my head. When was the last time I ate ice cream? I was shocked when the answer dawned on me. It had been years. I felt nostalgic and walked into the store only to hear a girl's voice arguing with the store owner. "How can you sell it at such a price? How many times have I told you that nobody will buy your stuff if you do this?" she said while stomping her foot angrily. She looked to be about my age with straight black hair that reached her hips. She had glasses on and through them a pair of stunning jade green eyes. "Damn, that is one hell of a pair of eyes," I exclaimed to myself. I had never seen such an eye color. Her temperament also reminded me of Hermione. "What are you smiling at, kid? You look creepy," said Achlies. His words shattered my happy thoughts and I grumbled angrily as I walked into the shop. "Oh, what do we have here?" "Hello, young man, we sell the best ice cream in town," promoted the muscular Italian-looking man. The dude looked like if Mario jumped straight out of the screen and came to life. "Is that so? I'll have to hold you to that," I said with a smile. "I'll have one serving of mint choc chip, please," I ordered. I didn't care for the price. After all, good ice cream was worth it. The man beamed a massive smile and began to enthusiastically dig into a certain tub with a large scooping spoon. From the corner of my eye, I saw the girl sigh and shake her head before walking towards me. "Sorry for the price. Dad always does the same thing around this time of year. For some reason, we get a big influx of visitors to the town, and he takes advantage of it," she said with an apologetic smile before stepping out of the door. It seemed that she was a muggle. I was soon served my ice cream and to my surprise it was delicious. Definitely worth the price. "Good stuff, man. Ready another serving, please," I said while stuffing the ice cream in my mouth. "Slow down, kid, or you'll get a brain freeze," he said, but his actions betrayed his words. He was quickly scooping up more ice cream into another cup. I smiled and continued to eat. 30 minutes and 10 cups of ice cream later I leaned back on the chair while patting my stomach, which was now fully bloated. I saw Mario smiling like he had won the lottery. I simply shook my head, paid the bills and left a $100 tip for the good hospitality. I then proceeded to slowly waddle my way out of the store and look around the old town. After passing the street full of shops, I turned the corner to see a massive garden full of different colored flowers. It was an amazing sight to behold. There were kids running around, an elderly couple on a bench feeding a bunch of pigeons, and a couple of young adults running around in sporting clothes. I made my way over to the bench area and took up a spot near the old couple. I couldn't help but overhear their conversation. "Old Ma, what are you going to make for dinner?" asked the old man suddenly. "Lasagna," she said casually. "What? Again?" he complained. "Would you like to cook then?" she snapped back. "And no," he responded meekly. "That's what I thought. So stop complaining. The doctor said that we need to diversify your diet, you dumbass," she said angrily. "Bah, what would that loony bin know?" he spat indignantly. "Them." The old lady hit him over the head, which made him jump like a cat having his tail stepped on. Their little argument made me laugh slightly. "Look, even the young lad is laughing at your antics. Quit your whining," she said with a mocking smile as she nodded in my direction. I froze. Why are you bringing me into this? Now the old man is going to yell at me. But what came next made me want to dig a hole and hide in it. "Ha ha ha. Look, he froze up as if someone had grabbed him by the balls. "Good one, old Ma," he said with a thunderous laugh that didn't seem to correlate with his emaciated look. The old lady chuckled slightly. "Sorry, young lad, it was just a joke. You can relax," she said before laughing again. I could only wave my hand at them, signaling that it was okay while smiling wryly. "Who might you be, boy? Haven't seen you around here," said the old man suddenly. "Thomas Knight and I arrived here from England a couple of weeks ago," I responded casually. "Ah, that explains the accent then. And I assume you're here to attend Ilvermorny?" the woman asked with a knowing smile. I froze at her words and stiffly turned my head to face them. Noticing my reaction, the old couple chuckled to themselves for a bit before the old man explained, "We are the people who will be taking you to the school after all. Don't act too surprised," he said with a laugh before grabbing a handful of weird-looking seeds out of the bag to his left and feeding them to the pigeons on the floor. "Ah, very interesting," said Drac suddenly. "What is?" I asked. "You'll find out soon," he said vaguely. I really hated this part of him. He always says something but never explains. "So, what is your aspiration, boy?" asked the old woman suddenly. "Pardon? What is your aspiration? What do you want to achieve after school?" She rephrased her question. Her words stunned me for a moment. That was actually a very good question. What would I do after I finished school? A sudden sense of loss dawned upon me. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I mean, all my plans are based around my revenge and the war that will come after it. I never really thought about what I would do when it was all over. I sat there in silence, experiencing what appeared to be the beginning of an existential crisis. I was completely lost for what to do. The woman, seeing my reaction, laughed slightly. "Don't worry, lad, you are young. It was merely a question. One that does not necessarily need an immediate answer, but one that should be pondered over seriously. After all, we can't be kids forever, right?" she said with a smile. Her words brought some clarity to my blurry thoughts. She was right. I didn't have to worry about it now, but I couldn't put it aside either. This conversation was a very big eye-opener for me. "I thanked you for your time. I must go, but I will be seeing you in 2 days' time," I said as I got up and waved at them before leaving. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Back at the bench, the old woman who was smiling suddenly stopped. "That boy has monstrous magical energy coursing through him. It almost feels ancient. And I haven't seen tattoos like those since." The woman paused, a frown etched on her wrinkly face. "Since Jackson. He had the same ones. Maybe they're connected," said the old man as he finished the woman's sentence. There was a short bout of silence before the woman spoke again. "It seems that this year will be much more interesting than years past," said the woman with a sigh. "Let us hope all that starts well ends well," she said before snapping her fingers. Her appearance changed and shrunk to that of a house elf with some slight differences and disappeared with the pigeons. The old man stared deeply in the direction Tom had left in and soon disappeared too. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Ah, this is nice. After a long day, a comfy bed is the best," I said as I laid on the soft white covers. "Young master, what would you like for dinner?" asked Alfred as he walked through the doors. Let's go with some fish and chips," I said with a nod. "That should be nice." After a long and sumptuous dinner, training commenced again and a long, arduous journey to perfection awaited me. 2 days went by quickly since I didn't leave again once I had returned to my room. I had spent the day walking all around the town and decided to spend the last day practicing my wandless magic. Even though I had gotten very proficient at it, there was always room for improvement. And improve I did. I was able to decrease the time taken to perform harder spells and charms. The use of a wand was to allow the wizard to better manipulate magical essence into a single point the wand and move it in a certain way to invoke a spell, charm, jinx or curse. With wandless magic, the problem of manipulating magical energy grew. Since the wizard no longer had a focal point, they needed to be able to control it at will and accumulate it, shape it for the desired effect, and cast it out. It was hundreds of times harder, evident by the lack of wandless wizards around. Even Voldemort, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore still needed a wand. But their problem was that they didn't have enough perceptiveness towards magical energy. They couldn't perceive it to a high enough level and were, therefore, unable to control it to cast complex or continuous spells. That was the difference between me and them. Because Drac was made out of pure magic, and him being sealed inside of me since birth, I have involuntarily gained a much higher perceptiveness towards magic energy. Added with the recent trials that reforged my body, and I can now do wandless magic. But the problem was the manipulation. Even though I met the criteria to do wandless magic, the control over it wasn't there yet. I could perceive it clear as day, but moving it toward the desired location fast enough proved to be challenging. And that was what I was currently working on. Although I had improved the time taken to cast spells, it was still not within the 1-second time frame I had set for myself. If I couldn't cast it fast enough, many things could go wrong. I could fail to save someone, I could fail to kill an enemy, and last but not least, I could fail to save my own life in a critical moment. Even with all my abilities and powers, control of magic was a fundamental practice I needed to master as quickly as possible. Finally, you got it. It seems I will need to push forward my plans for you. Drac chimed in as I reached the end of my thoughts. What do you mean? I asked curiously. The person I wanted you to meet. I wanted to wait till the end of the 3rd year, but it seems it's best we push that forward. I will take you to meet him at the end of the 2nd year, Drac explained. I was surprised by his words. Who is this person? I asked. It's of no harm telling you now. The man who was once Dumbledore's equal, who once possessed the Elder Wand, the man whose ideologies attracted a massive following that could have led to a war between wizards and muggles on an unprecedented scale. Master of dueling, curses and transfiguration. Gellert Grindelwald, Drac revealed. I was surprised. I had my suspicions and guesses, but I didn't actually believe that Drac really meant that man. Why him of all people? Dumbledore would have been a more suitable option, right? I mean, he did beat Grindelwald after all. I asked. Grindelwald's defeat was suspicious. The wand was the reason he lost, not due to his lack of ability. Let me tell you how the wand actually works, and why it's actually just a piece of overrated wood. The wand is said to be more sentient than any other. It can identify the caster of any spell that touches it and keeps tally of which wizard has beaten which, giving its allegiance to the one it judges the victor. Physical possession is irrelevant. Having said that, I should explain what the wand is made out of and why it's so important. The core is made out of the straw hair. These creatures are said to be the most opposite thing to a unicorn, which gives clues as to the nature of the wand. Unicorn hair, when used as the core for a wand, tends to become attached to its first owner, irrespective of whether he or she was an accomplished witch or wizard. If it is reversed, then it perfectly describes the Elder Wand. Famously known for being unfaithful, especially towards its first owner, it has changed hands many times, and most importantly, certainly not irrespective of whether or not they were accomplished, since that is the defining factor that determines who possesses it. Now comes the wood. Elder Wood. It contains powerful magic, but scorns to remain with any owner who is not the superior of his or her company. It takes a remarkable wizard to keep the Elder Wand for any length of time. The meaning of this is that the Elder Wand is seeking more powerful owners. And the straw hair, if my interpretation is correct, does care about whether the owner is distinguished or not. And most importantly, neither is faithful or easy to control. So, what this suggests is that the power of the wand doesn't directly come from the magical properties it possesses, but rather the power of its reputation. The big secret is the wand is no more powerful than any other wand, that is, until it is possessed by the true master of death. And who do you think that is? Asked Drac. Potter, I answered with certainty. Correct. It's like this. Legend gets out that Death himself creates the most powerful wand ever that must win duels for its master. This is what people believe. But the reality is that what people think doesn't matter. All that actually matters is what the wand wants. And what the wand being of the Strahl and Elder wants is to be used by the most powerful wizard. But because people believe that the wand itself is more powerful, powerful wizards seek it out. And then once they have it, the wand's reputation continues to grow because once again, the most powerful wizard possess it. That is until they meet a more powerful wizard. I must say, it's pure genius. It keeps building on itself. What the wand is good at is immediately determining the power level, if you will, of the two wizards in the duel. And here is where its behavior strays from legend. It will not win the duel of whichever wizard possess it, but it will choose the more powerful wizard. And so this skill it possesses, along with its reputation and its constant desire for the most powerful wizard to possess it, creates a kind of parasitic cycle. It is a lot like the game of war with a deck of cards. What is war? I asked. The game is really simple. You basically randomly place down the top card on your deck against somebody else, and the high card wins and gets to take all the cards. You keep on playing until one player is left with no cards. Having established this, imagine a wizard at a power level of 7 with the Elder Wand, and he's fighting a wizard with a power level of 8. Despite having the wand, the 7 will lose because the wand will immediately recognize that the 8 is more powerful and therefore sabotage its owner. But if the 8 won the duel without the wand, why the hell would he then want it? I asked. Aha, that's simple, because of its reputation. And so, the cycle would continue with each successive owner being that much more powerful than its former. And at that same rate, every time it finds a more powerful companion, the pool of potential NEW companions dwindles. That is until eventually, with enough patience, the wand finds its way to the actual true most powerful wizard, which in the opinion of the Elder Wand is the Master of Death. So, going back to the example of the card game of war, the Elder Wand is anxiously awaiting that perfect ace, the Master of Death. Except, in this particular circumstance, there are way more than 52 cards and only one ace, and it's possible he hadn't been born until a decade ago. These war rules can also explain why the possession of the one seems to matter in some instances and not in others. For example, let's go back to our level 8 wizard. Imagine some sneaky level 6 manages to steal the wand one night and turns around and uses it on the level 8. They duel. The level 6 thinks that it would win because it has the Elder Wand, and the level 8 is confident he or she couldn't be killed because it was the Master of the Wand. And of course, the 8 is right. Despite not physically possessing the wand in this specific battle, the wand recognizes that the 8 is in fact more powerful and therefore pledges its allegiance to him. Conversely, if the 6 ran away with the wand and used it on a group of 5s and 4s, the wand would remain faithful. So, the fact that he possessed it against the 4s and 5s did matter, but when he used it on the 8 it didn't. But if 6 was going up against 5s and 4s, would he have beaten them anyway, like without the aid of the Elder Wand? I asked. Yes, he could have. And that is exactly the point. The only one actually winning when this wand changes hands is the wand. So having said all this, let's track the wand's whereabouts and whose hands it's been through. So, Grindelwald steals the wand from Grigorovich. Does he overpower him or defeat him? No. But he does go on to possess and be the master of it for 20-something years. Now using war again, this would be like if the queen broke in and stole the wand from an 8. The 8 could be like, I never actually lost a duel, the wand still belongs to me, but the wand in actuality doesn't care. It just wants a new powerful master. And this is where it all becomes relevant, when Dumbledore takes to the scene. We can see him as a king-grade card in war. But this battle, which occurred in 1945, is the one that makes the least amount of sense as it pertains to the power of the Elder Wand. Grindelwald and Dumbledore are so evenly matched that the Elder Wand should have given the advantage to its current possessor. And yet Grindelwald still loses. How is this possible if not for the Elder Wand's ability to recognize that Dumbledore is just a shade more powerful? So can you see the paradox of this wand? In the end, it offers no extra power to the wielder other than confirming that it is the most powerful master it has met so far. But that could doom you if the wand determines that your opponent is naturally more powerful than you. Once again, it's genius. If we are to believe that Death himself made the wand, then we know that Death's goal with the creating of the wand was to kill the first brother. And what does the legacy reputation do if not constantly invite more death and furthering Death's objectives? Drac concluded. I was completely shocked at his description of the wand. So, the wand is the equivalent of a gold digger, I analyzed. Drac and Achlies both burst into sonorous laughter. What about the whole thing with Dumbledore, Malfoy, and Voldemort? I asked. I wanted to know the process of the transfer. Well, we, of course, know that following future, untampered events, Dumbledore does in fact duel Voldemort, who I would argue is at king status. But, because his soul is so badly ripped up, he doesn't have the edge over Dumbledore. He can still beat every other card, just not other kings, which there are already very few and far in between, to begin with. I would say in his damaged soul form, he's a queen. 9. But then something unexpected happened. Draco disarms Dumbledore, which should under no circumstances ever be possible. Draco is simply trash compared to Dumbledore. The levels could not be bridged in any way, shape, or form under normal conditions. I would argue he is specifically a jack. Professor Trelawney in the prediction early in the book describes the lightning-struck tower and that the knave of spades, Akka, the jack, would be involved. But here's the catch. Dumbledore isn't Dumbledore on that tower anymore. After all, he's been living with the curse given to him by the ring for almost a year by that point, which was basically the lifespan Snape gave him anyway. And he's still suffering from drinking the drink of despair and using all other remaining energy to get Harry out of the cave alive and safe. So, when Draco attacks Dumbledore on the tower, he is more powerful than Dumbledore. But Draco never uses the wand. Sure, he is the current owner, but that is only until Voldemort steals it from Dumbledore's tomb. What? But that? That's right, when he steals it from Dumbledore's grave, he is in fact the master of it. What's interesting is that Voldemort himself recognizes this fact. The fact that the wand isn't doing anything for him. And that is where the secret could potentially be revealed. When it is in the hands of someone who has pushed the boundaries of magic itself. Someone who stands at the apex. Only they could recognize that this wand is nothing but a farce. But Voldemort doesn't recognize the full story. He doesn't fully understand that the wand is only a gimmick meant to troll people. Instead, he bulldozes forward with the belief that it is in fact the most powerful wand ever, and that all he had to do was tweak the circumstances. Akka, kill Snape. Then, the wand meets Harry, the ace, which would have chosen him over Voldemort except he didn't fight. And as a result, the wand can't make Voldemort lose yet. It is only in their final confrontation when the wand realizes who its final and true master is. He concluded. I silently sat on my bed. It all fit. The wand was nothing but a stick. Its only purpose, to tease humanity for eternity as they chase after it forever. What I want to know is how the fuck you know all this? Asked Achlies. I just realized we had revealed stuff that wouldn't make sense. With some quick thinking, I decided to pull a Drac. You will find out when the time is right, I spoke. Or was I pulling a Dumbledore? Who knew? TCH, screw the both of you, Achlies said in a pouting tone, which only served to make me and Drac laugh. Why Grindelwald though, Drac? Why not Dumbledore? Wouldn't he be easier to convince? I suddenly asked. The answer is simple. He, in my opinion, is the superior wizard. He might have a flawed ideology, but he is an incredible wizard nonetheless. Training under him will be very beneficial to you, and having him in your corner to convince people to support your changes in the ministry will prove to be very useful. He analyzed. I couldn't help but agree with his reasoning. Grindelwald did have a way with his words. Having his assistance would prove to be of great use. But wouldn't he try to make a comeback? I asked doubtfully. I mean, why would he help me? Because the old man has nothing better to do except rot in a cell. It's been almost half a century since he was locked up in that tower. Who knows how he is now? We can make changes to the plan depending on his reaction to our proposition. As for him making a comeback, that is not likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have locked himself away in his own prison. I nodded in understanding. This all hinged on Grindelwald's decision. I could only hope the old man was bored enough to help me. With that thought in mind, I went to sleep since tomorrow I would be heading towards Ilvermorny, where I would be spending the next half a year at. I needed to make the most of my time and absorb as much knowledge as I could. I would also talk to the headmaster and give them my proposition. If they refused, I would have no choice but to sneak around and find it. But let's hope it doesn't come down to that. The next day came rolling in like any other, and with it, a sense of excitement for the new and fascinating things I would experience. I got dressed in my usual Hawaiian outfit, since walking around in a school uniform that didn't match the one in this town would be very conspicuous. I then looked at Alfred. He wouldn't be able to come along with me looking like that. Alfred, are you able to change shape? I asked. Naturally, I can grow or shrink to varying degrees and change shapes, he acknowledged. Good. Change into an earring for me, please, I said with a smile. I told him to make it look exactly like Echli's. That way I would have a silver one and a black one. Once again the symbolism of light and dark kept appearing. Once that was done, I walked out the door, with 3 powerhouses around me at all times. I stepped out of the hotel and walked at a leisurely pace towards the gate that led to the gathering. It was placed in a coffee shop that had a charm placed on it to ward off muggles. But the charm was only active for the duration of the yearly gathering. As I walked in, I found kids of varying ages sitting around the tables with drinks. The only constant was that they were 11 or over. Some looked over to me, probably attracted by the vibrant colors. Then they would give me odd stares, again, probably due to the outfit and the tattoos. I walked towards the counter and ordered myself a tea. I didn't mind coffee, but I had grown fond of tea recently. The bartender didn't dawdle and soon came back with my hot drink. I sat there silently listening into the conversations of some of the students. Did you hear that some Grindelwald fanatics escaped out of prison? Asked one of the kids. He was older, maybe 16, and was sitting around a table with others of a similar age. Yeah, I did. But it shouldn't be a problem. My dad said that they would fix it soon. But did you hear about the fiasco that happened a couple of days ago involving a group of adults and a kid in a Hawaii? His words drifted as he gazed up at me. I grinned and raised a hand to my mouth. I could see the boy swallow as he visibly pales. What? Caleb, what happened? Asked the first kid as he tried to turn around to look in my direction. And nothing. I just forgot something, and I know that my dad will kill me when he catches me, said Caleb with a forced smile. He stole glances at me. Dumbass, whatever. I know what you mean. They say that the kid is ultra-talented. He used weird flame magic that ate up the spells and sent them back to the attackers. Then there's his butler. He brutally destroyed the legs of 3 men. The kid is ruthless. The boy continued to talk, but the more he said the paler Caleb got as he continued to steal glances at me. His little actions made me laugh. I then concentrated on a group of girls in another corner. Did you hear that Professor Michael returned from his holiday in Russia? We can finally have our defense against the dark arts professor back. I just hope he doesn't make us fight beasts in the arena again. PFFFFD. The coffee shop turned silent as everyone turned in the direction of the sound. Tea dripped off the bartender's face. He looked at me reproachfully. I smiled awkwardly. It couldn't be helped. What the girl had just said was simply unreasonable. As if I had actually guessed that too. I also got excited at the prospect of versing beasts in an arena. Everyone soon lost interest but gave me some weird looks. As I was saying, I hope he doesn't make us go into the arena again. Although it's useful, it's scary. Once he even brought a dragon. She finished. Who do you guys think will participate in the Intercontinental Tournament this decade? Asked another girl. Well, Peter has been working hard on his spells. Francis is very good at dueling even with his limited number of spells. Then there's Sabrina. She is incredibly good at reading her opponents. But my bet is on Samuel. After all, he has been the prefect of the Wumpus Cat House for years now. Not to mention he's the president of the dueling club. She said confidently. Her words interested me. It seemed there were some talented people in this school. It only made the school tournament that much more interesting. After a few more minutes, an old man came in from the back door. He looked around the room as if searching for something. When he went over me, he paused and frowned slightly before continuing. He nodded, took out his wand and placed it on his throat. All students, please head to the gathering place. We will be leaving shortly, he announced. He didn't stay and turned around before strutting through the door he entered from. Most students had already gone through and only those who wanted to enjoy some beverages and talk were seated here. They soon filtered through. Some waited behind and continued chatting while others packed up and followed after the man as soon as he disappeared. I decided to stick at the back for now and was one of the last to get up from my seat. I was coincidentally behind the group of boys that were talking about me. Caleb looked at me warily before walking through the door. It surprised me because as soon as he did, he disappeared. I didn't hesitate to follow in his footsteps and went through the door. My vision spun for a moment, blurry images mixed into one like a colored painting being smudged. And finally, I appeared on the other end. I was curious to know where we were and looked around. To my surprise, we looked to be in a massive coliseum. But the ground wasn't sand, but jade-like grass that covered the entire surface of the field. Hundreds of students were scattered around, seated in their own friend groups. The stadium was massive. Even with so many students, it was almost empty. There was a massive stage in the middle of the stadium where an old couple sat feeding the pigeons. It seemed that they weren't lying, But what's with the pigeons? As I continued to look around, I soon found myself in an awkward spot. I had nowhere to go. I felt uncomfortable, so I walked towards one of the edges of the stadium and jumped up onto the steps. I climbed all the way to the back and took a seat. I didn't know why nobody did the same and preferred to sit on the ground, but I wasn't one to judge. This seat also gave me a more complete view of the Colosseum. The sand-colored pillars gave off a Roman feel to it. It was a square in shape, and in each corner, a different stone animal was present. On the top left, a serpent with a horn on its head could be seen, wrapped around a pillar. Its mouth open, looking very ferocious. The horned serpent was known to inhabit large bodies of water and emit low musical notes to sound danger. On the top right pillar, a massive eagle could be seen with its wings spread out. What was interesting was that it had 3 pairs of wings. The Thunderbird was known to create storms as it flies and were reputed to sense danger very quickly. On the bottom left, a man holding a bow could be seen. He had large ears and was short stature. The Puckwudgies were known for their poison-tipped and deadly arrows. They are said to be grey-looking and are distant relatives of the European goblins and had been known to both help humans and play tricks on them. On the bottom right, a mountain lion-looking creature stood on the pillar seemingly ready to pounce. What was interesting was that it had 3 sets of legs. It is said that the Wampus cat could walk on hind legs, outrun arrows, and its yellow eyes were reputed to have the power of both hypnosis and legilimency. Naturally, these 4 statues weren't random. They were the animals that represented the 4 houses at Ilvermorny. As I continued to stare at them, I saw movement from the stone platform in the middle of the stadium. It was the same man that warned us in the coffee shop. Now that I took a closer look, he had white, long hair, circular glasses, an aged brown 3-piece suit on, a cane in his left hand which probably had his wand in it, and a bow tie. His cloak swayed in the wind. The only thing that ruined his look was that shitty face of his. He looked like a statue, a frown forever etched on his face. My name is Professor Brambleton, as most of you would know. But for those of you who are new this year, I teach potions at the school. He went on to talk about his position and achievements and how important potions were like some street vendor. Honestly, does teaching potions make you an insufferable prick? I mean, I haven't even spoken to the man, and I can already tell that the stick-up-his-ass rivals the one-up Snape's. As if noticing my gaze, the man turned in my direction while he was talking. My usual warning remains: I will not tolerate arrogant, lazy, or troublemaking students in my class. I look forward to seeing you all perform. Now, get ready, we will be leaving in 10 minutes, he said before walking back to his spot. I simply shrugged my shoulders dismissively. Who did that old man think he was to lecture me? Bah, old fools were everywhere these days. You should take his words seriously. Although Professor Brambleton is strict, it is for our benefit. After all, attitudes like his are a common sight in the workforce, said a young male voice from behind me. I didn't even bother to turn around. I had noticed him a while ago. Not interested. I won't be some lackey who works under another, so his attitude is simply a bother, not a lesson, I said dismissively. Oh, that's awfully confident of you. I assume by your accent that you're not from around here, he asked. Do I have to spell it out for you? I asked back. Ooh, the cold and antisocial type, huh? He remarked with a chuckle. Cold? Not necessarily. Your question didn't need an answer. But you are right, I have no intention of befriending anyone here. I shrugged. It was true. I never really pursued friendship. If it happened, it happened. If it didn't, it didn't. Plus, what did friendship really mean? I didn't count the people I met on a daily basis as friends. No, they were acquaintances. Friends, true friends, could be counted on one hand. If you had more than that, well, you're either someone like Harry or your standards for friends are too low. It sounded a bit extreme, but that was what I have chosen to live by. If I can't trust you, then you aren't my friend. Naturally, the meaning of friendship differs from person to person, but at least, that was my understanding of true friendship. There was a silence before the boy sat next to me. Nice to meet you, antisocial dude from England. My name is Percival James, 2nd year. I know, might be a shock considering that I look older, but that's how it is. I would have extended a hand, but I doubt you would have shaken it, he said with a laugh. I sighed. It seems he wasn't planning on leaving. Thomas Knight, 2nd year, and you're right, I wouldn't have, I responded. But I heard a gasp which made me turn my head towards him. Why, you're a 2nd year. Why do you look so old, man? He asked with a look of disbelief. There was even a small trace of pity. Was it the stress? Have you been under prolonged amounts of stress? He asked. Even more traces of pity could be seen, as if he was convincing himself with his words. I gnashed my teeth at his remarks. Through clenched teeth, I responded, "No, I simply grow fast." I lied. PFFFD. "Sure, because anyone with a single brain cell would believe your words, mate," he said while laughing. I really wanted to punch him. Just once. No, that might kill him, he looks fragile. I ignored him and silently sat there waiting for departure. The elderly couple that had been sitting there stood up and walked toward the middle of the elevated stone stage. They stretched their hands in front of them and the pigeons rushed forward. This caught the attention of everyone. I could see awe and excitement on their faces. But I didn't understand why. Weren't they just pigeons? But my questions were soon answered. As if passing through an invisible wall, the pigeons began to transform. Their heads grew and changed color to a deep blue, razor-sharp teeth appeared, their necks elongated, their wings grew in proportion to their increasingly large bodies. By the time they were done transforming, a 25-foot-long blue dragon came into view. I couldn't help but gape at the sight. Those things were originally pigeons? What in the actual fuck? 5 of them sprang forth and danced in the air as they roared under the sudden applause and cheers of the students. Even Annoying Pants, who sat next to me, clapped. I was shocked into a stupor when I first saw it. "You seem to be taking it better," he said as he looked over at me. I didn't respond. If only he knew my poker skills were top-notch. I continued to watch the dragons fly for a while before they descended in front of a small carriage that had appeared out of nowhere. I didn't question how the students would fit since it was definitely an expansion charm like the one seen at the Quidditch tournament in the 4th movie. "Everyone, you can start making your way over now," said Professor Brambleton, who stepped out of the carriage while holding the door open. I wanted to find a room all to myself so I couldn't afford to wait around till the end. With that thought in mind, I got up swiftly and made my way over with brisk steps. Percival was still behind. Luckily, I got there pretty quickly and was one of the first to arrive at the carriage. As I went to step in, I was once again glared at by the professor. It was starting to piss me off. "Do we have a problem?" I asked, staring at him straight in the eye. He was surprised and caught off guard, and apparently he wasn't expecting me to talk to him in such a way since he was tongue-tied. I clicked my tongue and hopped into the carriage without giving him a second look. I did nothing wrong and was already marked by a teacher. It seems I had no affinity with potions classes. That was 2 schools in a row where the potions teacher dislikes me for no apparent reason. As soon as I stepped in, it was just like I had expected. Massive, long corridors with red carpet, candles adorning the walls, paintings that moved, and wooden doors leading to rooms evenly spaced out with numbers on them. There were 3 lights on the door, which puzzled me. Seeing my puzzled expression, Percival smiled and explained, "Green means it's empty, yellow means it's occupied but the people inside are willing to share, and red means it's full or not willing to share." "Thanks," I said while nodding before making my way through the maze-like corridors in search of an empty room. "This is going to be a headache to traverse when we need to get out," I thought out loud. "Nah, see those candles?" he voiced. I turned in the direction he was pointing at. "They blink green when we arrived, telling you where to go. You don't get lost in here," he said with a smile. It seems he did prove to have some use. We continued to walk silently until we found a room that was empty. As soon as I walked in, I immediately closed the door and locked it. Finally. "Aren't you going to sit down?" a voice sounded from behind me. I stiffly turned my head to find the same midget looking at me innocently. How annoying! I couldn't help but sigh in defeat and sit opposite him. "Since you seem to have no intention of leaving, I guess we should start again," I said before stretching out my hand. It was better to be on good terms when stuck with someone, lest he becomes more annoying than before. "Oh, What happened to I'm not here to make friends? He asked with a smile. But it's better to be on good terms with someone, I said flatly. He didn't seem to mind and shook my hand with a warm smile on his face. The name is Thomas Knight, by the way. Well, Tom, what brought you to this school? He asked as he made himself comfortable on his seat. I decided to see what the famous Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was all about, I said. I was technically not lying since that was a convenient byproduct of my first, more important goal. You won't be disappointed. The thing I'm most intrigued about is what statue will pick you, he said while cupping his chin with his hand. What do the 4 houses represent? I asked. I had a clue, but who knew if there were any differences? Well, the 4 Ilvermorny houses are said to each represent a different part of a human, these being: Horned Serpent represents the mind and favors scholars, Wampus represents the body and favors warriors, Pukwudgie represents the heart and favors healers, Thunderbird represents the soul and favors adventures, he described. I contemplated his words. I definitely wasn't a healer or a naturally good person, so I doubt I would be selected by the Pukwudgie. I would love to go on a long adventure around the world, so the Thunderbird might be an option, but not the most likely. If anything, it would be between the Wampus and the Horned Serpent. And since they both sounded just like Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, I will probably choose the Horned Serpent this time round. What house would you want to go into? He asked curiously. Wampus or Horned Serpent? But I'm currently leaning towards the Horned Serpent, I answered. Oh, that's surprising, he said to my puzzlement. Why is that surprising? Well, because I would expect the boy who took down 6 men all at once to want to go into the Wampus house, since it has a strong affinity for warriors, he said with a knowing smile. TCH, how many people know about that? I asked. Ever one man. I doubt anyone doesn't know. After all, it's not every day something so incredible goes down, he said with slight awe as he looked at me. What's with that look? I asked, slightly creeped out. Teach me that flame magic thing you did. They say it's a new spell never before seen. A lot of people are curious about its origins. It will be both a blessing and a curse if they know it's you, he said seriously. You mean this? I asked as I faced my palm to the ceiling. A small black flame coalesced into the shape of a dancing woman. I wanted to do that since it reminded me of that fire dude from Suicide Squad. What was his name? Yes, El Diablo, great name if I say so myself. Percival was entranced by the dancing woman made of fire. Yes, that's the one. Can you teach me? He asked with anticipation, but I shook my head. Nah man, this isn't teachable. I was born with it. You can learn to manipulate fire, but it will probably take you a while. This here isn't a spell, I said truthfully. Percival was visibly disappointed, but his happy, cheerful self soon came back. Don't worry about it, man, it was worth the try. So, you were born with it, huh? That's an odd gift you have. You're quite lucky. I would kill to have that, he said jokingly, but I couldn't help but get slightly sad. Trust me, I paid too much for this gift. If I could give it back in return for what I lost, I would do so in a heartbeat, I said while gazing down at the dancing figure that seemed oblivious to the shift of atmosphere. She continued to perform elegantly on my palm. I soon lost myself in the scene. The face of someone popped into my head. Wow, she changed appearance, exclaimed Percival, who awoke me from my odd state. When I looked down again, I saw that it had indeed changed. I had modeled the figure after my mother, but now it looked like. Who is she? She looks so realistic. You must have been with her often to make it so vivid, he said as he focused on the fiery image. I smiled at the dancing figure that twirled around in circles with a classic book held tightly within her arms. Yeah, she's annoying as hell, but a great friend of mine, I said half absent-mindedly as I continued to watch. Oh wow, for you to call them a friend, they must be important to you? He asked with a smile. Yes, she is anyway. I shook my head and the figurine disappeared in a puff of smoke. When I looked up, I saw Percival looking at me with a cheeky smile. What's that look for? I know a dude with a crush when I see one, man. Who is it? Someone from your home country? He asked. I was stunned. What was he talking about? Crush? Was it a crush? Do I like her? Oi Drac, Achlies, Alfred, give me your opinions on this. I need an outsider's perspective that isn't this idiot's, I said in my head. Could be, I mean, she seems to pop into your head often, which means you miss her. Maybe she had more of an impact on you than you initially thought, Drac analyzed. Honestly, I have no idea who this chick is, so don't ask me, Achlies said. Just like him to say something like that. It would be her honor to be liked by young master. Only an ED, that's enough, Alfred, I said in my head with a sigh. The book licking was too much, but I pondered over Drac's words for a while. Hello. Oi Tom. Earth to Tom. Are you listening? Percival waved his hand in my face. His words slowly snapped me out of my thoughts, and I focused again. What? I asked. Man, you're weird. Who is it? Someone from your home country? He repeated. Yeah, I met her last year when I attended my first year at Hogwarts. She's one of the very few people I enjoyed being around, except for when she hits me. She's a brute like that. Starts swinging at the first grievance, I said with a grim expression. Why are you rubbing your shin? He asked. His words made me realize what I was doing. The girl really has traumatized me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Achoo! Who could be talking behind my back? Exclaimed Hermione as she walked down the magical district in France. Could it be Tom? Better not be, or I'll kick him again, she mumbled with a mischievous grin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I suddenly shivered involuntarily. Are you cold or something? Asked Percival. No, it's something much worse, much, much worse, I said with a dismayed sigh. What? He asked with a puzzled look. A woman's intuition, Hermione's POV. Just after arriving home from train station. No, 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 that won't do. I stomped my foot in anger. I looked at all the clothes strewn across my room in dismay. There was nothing that fit. I tried to see if I could keep something, but everything was tiny. I was shocked when I saw my image in the mirror when I first arrived. I had grown a lot more than I had thought. It seemed that the potion had enhanced my growth rate over time as well. I had grown about 10 cm taller by the end of the school year, and I have started to develop in some other areas as well, especially my chest and butt. I also noticed that my waist was getting smaller, and a slight hourglass figure was taking shape. I assumed it was mostly due to the physical routine I had been doing all year. It has helped tone the rest of my body as well, which I have only just now come to appreciate. Even though I didn't like muscle, I had to admit that the slight ab definition had a certain allure to it. But then the image of Tom popped into my mind. I wondered if Tom would like that. Why do I care what he thinks? Humph, just like him to leave behind a cryptic message and leave for America to have fun. I grumbled as I walked over to my little bookshelf and pulled out a book on offensive spells and sat down on my beanbag. But the more I read, the more I began to recall the past year of schooling, and with it, all the times I spent with Tom. I had just arrived at King's Cross Station. I was given the specific instructions on how to get to platforms 9 3/4 by Professor McGonagall. She was exceptionally helpful and kind, something I assumed all students would have experienced. I really hated carrying that trunk around since it proved to be a massive burden. It even delayed me by a big margin simply due to its size and weight. I had a strict schedule. Damn it, I need to be like Tom and get myself a bag or something. I'll buy one maybe at the end of next year or so. I remember his lack of care as he clearly saw me struggling to put my trunk on the train. The bastard. The audacity. I was forced to ask him for help simply because no one else was in the immediate vicinity. But what's even worse is his lecturing on the train. Sure, he might have been right, but I'm not going to admit it. It would boost his, what I later came to realize, big ego. But what I can admit is that he's intelligent and mature beyond his years. Although his lecturing was intense, he spoke truthfully and with insight on things beyond the scope of what a kid my age would be thinking about. He enlightened me to a new world beyond strict rules and books, something I still find novel but challenging. Yet, his genius is also annoying. I can never win. Not once in the past goddamn year have I been able to win at anything. Except for a clumancy, exams and that Easter egg event which looking back on, was clearly Dumbledore setting up Tom. For reasons that are beyond me, but nonetheless, I understood their little war. Our snowball fight was one of the happiest and carefree days of my life. The fun I had annoying Tom was something I would never forget, and the warm sensation of the overly large jacket draped around my shoulders gave me a sense of security. The training that he made me do was incredibly annoying in the beginning. I didn't see the point of it until I saw the eventual benefit of doing so. The more I did it, the more I came to enjoy it. And having someone to do it with always helped. I felt a sense of dejection when I first arrived. Noticing that nobody was studying dealt me a severe blow, especially when the house points were on the line. Harry and Ron especially. Over the course of the year, I have grown to look at them as clowns who serve no other purpose but to annoy everyone else. Stupid and reckless when it came to meddling in things beyond their capabilities. I could continue for days. But Tom helped me get over the sadness that was continuing to grow by the day. I tried so hard to help others because I wanted them to improve, but all I got was insults and annoyed looks. I couldn't comprehend it at all, but it was only when Tom made me realize that the incompetent act this way, case and point Ron, that I understood that time was wasted on such people. I felt that his view on things was wrong at first and continued to help, but the more I attempted, the more I got abused. When I noticed their subpar grades, I had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. That was another reason why I enjoyed his company. He was mature, our conversations were more in-depth and held meaning. Our academic rivalry pushed me to new heights that I had previously deemed impossible for myself. And the startling reality that plagues the elves and their true nature gave me newfound purpose. That mirror was definitely a surprise. I have no clue how Tom found it, but when it showed me my deepest desires, it shocked me. There was naturally my parents happily standing next to me. I also had a cat. I had achieved my goal of improving the rights of elves, and finally Tom, standing next to me holding my hand. What a bastard, he even crept into my perfect dream. Having lost the motivation to read due to my reminiscence and embarrassment, I closed the book and walked downstairs for a cup of tea to clear my thoughts. I made sure to give my room another once over to make sure everything was in its rightful place before nodding in satisfaction. As I skipped down the stairs and into the kitchen, what awaited me was my parents chatting merrily about random things. "Oh, Hermione, come sit with us and have a chat." My mother beckoned with her hand. I knew this would be bad when I saw Dad's cheeky smile and eyes that spelled curiosity. Sure, Mum, I answered with a forced smile and sat down on the empty seat beside my parents. As my mother served me a cup of tea, my dad leaned back on his chair and grinned. So, that tomboy, huh? He asked. I sighed. I knew you would do this. Please work on your poker face at least, I said while sipping on my tea in an attempt to mask the burning sensation on my cheeks and the embarrassment welling up in my stomach. Damn it, this is why I didn't want to sit down, I groaned in my head. From the corner of my eye, I could see my mother smiling slightly with a playful glint in her eye. My dad mimicked her perfectly. Don't be like that, Myone. I'm only inquiring because you seem so close. After all, that was the first time you have hugged a boy. My dad revealed, not to mention, you've hated boys your age. So, you can understand where my curiosity stems from, he said reasonably. I opened my mouth to retort, but couldn't. His reasoning was sound. Too sound. I grumbled slightly. He's mature, very mature for someone my age. Although he's annoying, irresponsible, incorrigible, and a troublemaker, he's my only true friend at school. The only one who didn't shun me or treat me badly for trying to help others. He has been a big help in allowing me to grow out of my shell, I admitted truthfully. I see. So when will you bring him over? Asked my mother to my shock. He is not coming over. Absolutely not, I protested adamantly. Why? I want to meet the person who caught my sweet daughter's eye, she continued with a smile on her face. I stayed silent at her words, my face growing hotter by the second as I tried to hide it by taking another sip of my now empty cup. I grimaced and turned to see my mum's growing smile, like that of the Cheshire cat. Is it that obvious? I whispered. Sure is, if only you could see how red your face is, my dad said while chuckling. I wouldn't mind, but he won't be around, I revealed. Why's that? Mum asked. Because he's going to America for half a year. So, I won't see him until after New Year, I said dejectedly. Wow, you like him a lot, don't you? She asked with a grin. Yeah, I do. I trailed off until I realized what I had said, while also choking on my tea. No, I don't, I bellowed as I tried to defend myself. I stood up instantly, clutching my head. How could I say that out loud? Where has my head gone? Wow, you're crushing hard, darling. You need to relax. We are only playing with you. But you should bring him over when he's available. I would love to meet him. But enough of that, me and your dad have a surprise for you, she said with a wide smile. I looked at them in confusion and intrigue while slowly returning to my seat. We have decided to go to France as an early birthday present, Dad revealed to my surprise and ecstasy. Yes, I yelled, my hands in the air before realizing how childish that is. I can't wait, I said in an almost monotone voice, which was the complete opposite. Damn it. Mum and Dad chuckled slightly before smiling warmly. You've been rambling on about going to France ever since you arrived back home. So, we decided that it was time for a family vacation, Mum said this time. But we'll need to go shopping for new clothes. You've grown far too much, young lady. We can't have you dressing in clothes that are too small, Mum said while shaking her head. I agreed wholeheartedly. With that, several days went by. I wrote to Tom wishing him a happy trip and a safe return. He sent me one back reminding me to take the potion again and some other things. I couldn't help but smile slightly at the stupid jokes he wrote in the letter. I shook my head and placed the card in the topmost drawer of my desk and left with a suitcase towards France. As we chatted about trivial stuff, time continued to pass the time. Percival was the son of a wealthy wizard who owned a large chain of businesses. I wasn't too surprised considering his etiquette and the way the boy carried himself. Grumble. I held my stomach in surprise and looked up awkwardly to see Percival chucking lightly before pressing a button on a wooden panel that was hidden in the wall. Soon, the voice of an aged woman could be heard. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "We would like something to eat, please," Percival said before asking me what I wanted. I ordered a steak and chips since he told me I could order whatever I wanted. "The food will be ready shortly. Please be patient till you hear a knock on your door," she said before disconnecting the call. The wooden panel instantly closed back up into the wall as if it was never there in the first place. This was much better than the archaic method of Hogwarts. There was no old lady walking around with a trolley. Here, if you wanted something, you ordered it. It was a much more efficient use of time and manpower. Not long after, a knock could be heard, and we opened the door to see a house elf with a trolley. It had the dishes we served. I was tempted to get the abilities of the house elf now, but I was afraid of being caught performing something. "Drac, is there a way to do it stealthily?" I asked. I remembered the wave of dark magic that pulsed out of my eye that one time. "You don't have to worry about that, only you can see the pulse of dark magic. To everyone else it's invisible," Echlise answered. I nodded and fixed my gaze on the house elf before smiling slightly. Whoosh! A wave of black magic burst out and covered the elf for a few moments before receding again. I grabbed the trolley and pushed it inside before thanking the elf. Once I was inside, I placed the trolley to the side and transfigured a table that was fitting for the room out of a handkerchief in my pocket. "Wow, quite versatile of you," he said, clearly impressed by the magic. I simply shrugged. I was too focused on the memories flooding into my brain and the familiar pins and needle feeling course through my body. It suddenly went numb, like when your arm falls asleep. After a while, I was able to slowly regain movement, but it was difficult, as if my body was only waking up now. But a familiar feeling coursed through my body. My perception of magic once again elevated to a higher stage. "Why?" I asked in my mind. "Because house elves have an incredible affinity for magic. So even though you took their abilities for telekinesis and knowledge on a parroting, you seem to have added their magical constitution to your own. That explains the numb feeling you experienced before." Holy shit. Who knew that was possible? So, wait, does that mean I can apparate wherever I want like house elves? Can I directly apparate to Hogwarts? I asked excitedly. You can indeed. After all, you copied their unique magic. So, you are now able to bypass all restrictions that would usually hinder wizards. This is a massive boost, he said. "Hey, dumbass, your food is cold. What the hell is up with you? You're very strange," said Percival as he waved his hand in my face. I then looked at the cold food and shrugged. With a wave of my hand, it heated back up as if it was new. Percival stared at it with his jaw dropped and pouted to the side. "Why do I even bother, talented prick?" he mumbled. This made me laugh, which caught his attention. "So, you do have a sense of humor, and here I thought you were made of stone," he said jokingly. "TCH, whatever. So how long do you think it will take till we get to Ilvermorny?" I asked while I ate. "I would say an hour or so. No more than 2 hours max though. The town isn't that far from empty Greylock, to begin with," he responded as he fiddled with the fork he ate with previously. "That's good. I wonder what the castle looks like." I spoke. "Oh, it's massive. The top of the mountain seems small, but as soon as you're inside the protective bubble, the land multiplies hundreds of times. It's like there's a different world inside. It's massive. There is a vast forest full of creatures, the arena off to the side, the swimming area, the Quidditch field. The castle itself is massive and is even bigger when you go inside. It's an expansion charm within an expansion charm. Fascinating stuff, really. It was said that expanding space within another previously expanded space was impossible because it made the already slightly unstable space even more so. But less than a century ago, the headmaster at the time found a solution. So, the castle is even bigger. Let's just say it would take you a month minimum to traverse the entire area, he said with a proud look. I was shocked. This was a difference between heaven and earth to Hogwarts. He was almost ashamed. The grandeur of Ilvermorny completely overshadows that of Hogwarts. I couldn't help but sigh. I wondered why there was such a big difference to begin with. Was it the conservative nature of the English? Or was it something different? He could only guess. 40 minutes passed quickly and suddenly a force field engulfed Percival before coming in my direction. I jumped slightly, but when I realized that Percival was okay, I remembered the protective barrier. As the barrier phased through my body, I immediately sensed the massive increase in magic energy in the surroundings. It was like something was attracting it here, and there were many things that did so indeed. One being students. They use magic so magical energy will converge in their location. Having a massive concentration of them increases the density of magical energy. Second is the teachers. Although there are fewer, they are multiple times stronger than most of the students, so even more magical energy convenes on their location. Next would be formations, magical circles, and artifacts. Any one of these could attract massive amounts of magical energy. Drac had mentioned at least a couple dozen of them that could be used for special occasions and those of more convenient and widespread use. And finally, magical beasts and stuff of the sort. Since there was a massive forest, it's only natural that the fauna would be magical as well. I felt my body tingle slightly. It was a subtle feeling, but one that made me feel like I could invoke any spell without difficulty. I had no clue if this was real or simply an illusion, but it would be something easy to figure out once I had some free time. Percival told me that we had about 10 minutes before we arrived, which was good. I spent this little time consolidating the information I had been assimilating for the past 40 minutes. I now understood the principles of telekinesis and had a deeper understanding on parroting. I would need to try it when I had the chance. Since I was no longer restricted by barriers and such, I could go anywhere I so desired, which was an exciting concept. The room trembled slightly, which Percival explained as the carriage landing. Then the voice of Professor Brambleton sounded again. All students, be ready to alight from the carriage in a neat and orderly fashion. You know exactly what happens if I see anyone pushing or acting out of line, he warned before he cut the transmission. What happens if someone pushes or does some weird shit? I asked. Detention with the professor. He will make your life a living hell. He will make you do potions until you break down mentally. The man is a tad bit psychotic when it comes to punishments. He is incredibly strict for the rules, he said with a slight shiver. What a nuisance. Whatever, let's pack up and get ready to leave the room. I'm excited to see the castle, I said before getting up. I tidied my clothes, cleaned up the dishes and stacked them on the trolley before calling the student service through the wooden panel. Soon, the same house elf appeared and took the dishes away before freezing suddenly and looked at me oddly. Her gaze was inquisitive. I could only guess that it was due to the changes from copying her abilities. Maybe she felt traces of familiarity. I could only guess. The elf didn't stay any longer and disapparated out of the room with the trolley. We soon exited the room and saw a massive number of students crowding the halls. But what shocked me was that it was completely silent. Nobody was pushing, nobody was yelling, fighting, or fooling around. It was like being surrounded by a bunch of robots. The professor commands a tight ship, huh? I said in a hushed voice. As I said, he will break you, he said with another shiver. Why do I get the feeling you experienced it? I asked with a grin. Percival avoided my gaze and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah, about that. I was not exactly a quiet kid last year. But I learned my lesson real quick. I suggest you do the same if you don't want to suffer unnecessarily, he recommended. I simply shrugged. I don't have the mentality of a child. I, therefore, have no reason to act like one. But that isn't to say I'll be pushed around. That fucker better keep those glares to himself or else. After all, I have a million different ways to make the midget suffer without getting noticed. As I thought about which method to use, we arrived at the door where Professor Brambleton was. This time he didn't glare at me since he was too busy scanning the crowd expectantly, as if he was waiting for the slightest disturbance. Sadistic prick. Reminds me of Flick, I thought to myself as I clicked my tongue. Without dawdling, I hopped out of the carriage and was assaulted with the smell of rain and flowers. It seemed to have been raining just a few moments ago. There were no windows in the carriage the further you go in for obvious reasons, so I had no clue what the weather was like outside. We seemed to have arrived in an identical coliseum from the one we left. I was almost suspicious we made a giant circle and didn't actually go anywhere. It's not what you think. This is a different one. It's at the bottom of the castle, said Percival from behind me. I nodded in understanding and looked around only to see a massive mountain with winding stone steps that looked to be made out of fucking marble. There were stone pillars running along the edges of the stairs all the way up with a fire on top of them. I wondered why they would have fire in the middle of the day. Percival, who noticed what I was staring at, smiled. They are never-ending flames. Or nether flames. That's what the students call them anyway. They are said to burn the soul of intruders. I think it's a myth, but it's better not to find out, huh? They run off of magic and can't be extinguished by rain, he said. It seems I was right to befriend you, my tour guide, I said mockingly. TCH, maybe it was my mistake, he mumbled. Of course, I could hear him. You were the one who came to me? You don't regret it, do you? Please tell me you don't regret it. I would be devastated at your loss. I don't know what I... Enough, man. He pouted angrily. Now, tell me there is an easier way to get to the top. I really don't feel like climbing this number of stairs, I said as I gazed up at the unending steps. Nope, we have to climb. Everyone hates it, but the teachers say it is a demonstration of perseverance and drive. Only by working hard can we reach the top, he said in a stoic voice as he posed. PFFFD, I couldn't help but laugh, which caused him to go red with embarrassment before punching me in the arm. No, not you two, I will not stand for abuse, I said sternly. I already had Hermione beating the living daylight out of me constantly. I would not and will not tolerate another one. What are you, a pussy? He asked mockingly. Oh yeah, I'm the pussy, come here, let me show you, I said menacingly, which made Percival pale as he backed away. You don't have to physically walk up the stairs. The teachers allow the use of magic, and the first one to reach the top will get a reward, he said quickly as I was about to hit him. I paused and pondered. What reward? I asked Percival, who was clearly sighing in relief. Asterisk, there is no prize. Wait. That doesn't mean that there's nothing to gain out of it, he said quickly as he saw me winding up for a punch. You can get points for coming in top 10 as well as get in the good books with the teachers. They usually award extra points to hardworking individuals. These points can be traded for higher-level spells and charms. Anything of the sort, even items or materials. The school encourages people to try harder, and in return, with enough points, almost anything is available to obtain. He spoke. That surprised me. Unlike Hogwarts, where the points only served for some petty competition, here, they served a much grander purpose. Higher spells meant stronger wizards, and the students who obtained such spells are also quite intelligent and are hardworking. Since I assume a lot of points need to be obtained, the more valuable the item you wanted. And this, in turn, provided the school with stronger wizards for competitions like the one going on this year. It was very intelligent and well thought out. As I finished my thoughts, the voice of Professor Brambleton rang out in the coliseum. All students, attention please. These stairs are the ones you must climb. Students who have already done this before, you know the drill, but for those of you who are new, let me explain. He pretty much explained the same thing and gave the cliché encouraging words to work hard and yada yada yada. That's it. When I say go, you will all start at the same time. But one thing, no parroting, he warned. I sighed at his words. I wanted to try it out since I had learned how to do it, but it seems I still have to wait. But I wanted the points since I had many uses for it, and first place would give out a lot. Since that was the case, I needed to achieve it. Every year, the older students got the top place. Rarely would a student below year 5 get a top place, and even rarer for students below year 4. It was impossible for students below that since they didn't have the knowledge necessary. As I thought about what to do, a genius idea hit me and I began to grin. Bro, the smile is scary, man. What are you planning? Percival asked. I turned to him with the same smile. Wait and see. I suggest you jump when I tell you to, okay? I said calmly. Okay, Percival answered as he looked at me with a puzzled look. I dismissed it and waited for the professor to give the go signal. I crouched down on the ground and hovered my hand 5 centimeters off the ground, waiting patiently. Some looked at me oddly, but dismissed it. Ready, set, go, he yelled, but immediately I placed my hand on the ground. Madness glaciicitatis, I whispered with a massive smile on my face. It was like time stopped as a massive amount of ice shot in all directions. Now, I yelled, and Percival jumped instantly, avoiding the ice that surged under his feet. Those who were closest to me didn't even know what happened before they were turned into ice sculptures. Those who were at the perimeter were able to discern something and jumped when they saw Percival do it. I then got up and noticed the shivering professor, who was half frozen. As I walked past him, I gave him a side glance. So sorry, didn't see you there, I smirked and ascended the stairs with Percival. Wow, you got at least 95% of the students with that one move, he exclaimed in shock as he followed behind me. Get back here, you weasel. Don't let me catch you, screamed the professor. I stopped and looked at him for a moment before waving my hand. The ice on his body expanded and froze him completely. Asterisk, gasp, asterisk. Everyone looked at me in shock. TT Tom, what did you just do? Yelled Percival in my ear. I turned towards him sharply and glared at him. Yell in my ear again and I'll freeze you solid like that prick. Now shut your trap, I snapped angrily and stared at the remaining students. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but you are all destined to stay here until I win. Don't worry though, the ice is not cold, just meant to seal those encased in it. Nobody will die, I said with a mocking smile as I bowed. Everyone looked at me with a puzzled look. I waved my hand and a massive wall of ice 20 meters tall emerged from the frozen ground and covered the entire coliseum. Then, with another wave of my hand, a green fire started to burn on the ice. But what shocked everyone was that the ice wasn't melting. Now, stay there like good little piggies. I'll set you free when I get first place, I said with another smile. Tom, what's with the fire? Percival asked as stared at the wall of burning ice with shock. The fire is special, it will absorb all fire-type spells. That way the ice cannot be melted. It also burns living beings. So, they cannot scale it. They can fly over it, but I'll shoot them down if they try, I said with a shrug. Monster, he mumbled with shock. Why did you spare me? He asked. Because I felt like it. You're annoying, but you're good to have around, I said dismissively and walked up the stairs slowly with my hands in my pockets. Percival was close behind. As I walked up, I thought of an idea. Drac, since you're not gonna teach me the Pendragon locomotor spell, at least create an owl for me. What for? He asked. Just do it, will you? I asked in annoyance. As I continued to walk, a stone owl began to form off to the side. I felt a connection to it, and I could freely control its actions. I smiled happily and commanded it to fly over the coliseum. What's with the stone owl? Percival asked. Don't worry about it, I said with a slight smile. When I saw that the owl was stationed in the proper spot and was flying in circles, I used the power of my right eye and an invisible arrow shot towards the owl. Attached to the arrow was an invisible string that connected to my head. When the arrow landed on the bird, it was like an extra perspective was given to me. I could see the entire area. When I commanded the owl to look in my directions, I saw me and Percival. I then saw myself fall on my face. It was harder than I thought. After some practice, I was able to get it down and commanded the owl to monitor the situation in the arena. Smart trick, kid. Very smart, commented Drac. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The students who remained in the coliseum were shocked silly. They had never seen magic like this. And the boy was doing it wandless, which shocked them even more. Hey, we can't let that kid get the first prize. Let's use water magic to douse the flames and then melt the ice, an older boy yelled. Everyone agreed. There was only about 50 of them left. They ran towards one of the walls and shot a ball of water towards the wall. They looked on expectantly, only for their faces to sink instantly. Their jaws dropped as they looked at the clouds of steam rising over the walls. What the fuck? Bellowed a student. Shut up, you idiot. Screaming won't help. We need to join hands for the time being and get rid of these flames, said the older boy. He had the aura of a leader. They convened and thought about it before spreading out in a circle and pointing their wands in the air. A massive ball of water appeared in the air. They slowly made it hover towards the wall before shooting it forward. A massive amount of sizzling could be heard before the fire died down on that portion of the wall. Everyone cheered slightly. Okay, now he just need to make some stairs and we can leave, said the leader. Everyone nodded and created stairs out of ice that connected to the ice wall. As soon as the first person took a step, they froze solid, surprising everyone else. They all backed away quickly and cursed Tom. Tom, who was seeing this, burst out laughing, which freaked Percival out. The students tried one method after another, from dirt mounds to fire, everything, but nothing worked. If they used dirt to build a staircase, it would be frozen upon contact with the ice wall. They tried fire in order to melt the ice, but the green flames would spread again a short while after being initially snuffed out. Their numbers began to dwindle until only the last two remained. Couple of minutes prior. Inside the castle, in a big open area, all the teaching staff were seated around a massive mirror that showed the progress of the event. As soon as Professor Brambleton said go, the entire field was covered, including the participants, in ice except for a total of 52 students. What? Yelled a teacher as he stood up from his chair in shock. There were gasps echoing in the room. Everyone was staring at a student with black hair and blue eyes who had a mocking smile plastered on his face. They all saw him walking towards past the teacher, who was clearing, yelling something. Tom stopped, turned around, grinned, waved his hand, and covered the teacher in ice. The teacher, seated, gasped again. This is unacceptable. The audacity. Does he no respect his elders? Another woman bellowed angrily. Quiet, please. The rules were short and concise. If we are to blame anyone, we can only blame ourselves. As for the student freezing Brambleton, that is on him for being bested by a mere child, said a woman who was seated on a much grander chair. It almost looked like a throne. Sorry for my outburst, Headmistress. The woman lowered her head and said before sitting back down. What I want to know is how such a young boy got a hold of such incredible magic. And he even did it wandless. Not to mention without speaking. This is incredible. He just bested 95% of the school. I would even argue the entire school if the students who avoided it were even a meter closer, said an aged man as he stroked his beard with an intrigued look. That is correct. And look, that fire, it's not burning the ice, but it burnt some of the students. Then the ice itself. Once the students were able to circumvent the fire, they were frozen solid by a single touch. It's cursed ice. This child is a prodigy. He superimposed so much magic in such a short amount of time, analyzed the headmistress. Who is the boy next to him? He was able to dodge right as the first boy performed the initial spell, asked a goblin-looking man. I assume the boy was only able to dodge because he was warned beforehand, said the old man. Why so? Asked the headmistress. Simple, they are currently waking together leisurely, and the body shouted something as soon as he performed the spell, which was coincidentally when the other boy jumped. Now, is it a coincidence? I think not, said the old man with a smile. Everyone in the room nodded. Look, he created a stone owl. But why? It's simply flying there, asked a woman. Well, it must serve a purpose. I doubt a genius like this boy would simply waste magic for no good reason. Maybe it's a surveillance device, suggested the headmistress. Why? Asked a young man in his late 20s. That's why, she said, pointing with her chin. Everyone looked towards the mirror in shock. The two boys were finally able to traverse the wall and make it to the stairs. But just as they took a step, a whistling sound could be heard from above. They looked up to see the owl shooting down at them. Just as it was about to hit them, it exploded and a massive wave of ice burst in all directions. The two boys were not able to even move before they were frozen solid. That was it. There was no one left apart from two students. The teachers in the room were silent as their jaws dropped. He was watching them and waiting for the stragglers before finishing them off. The AoE spell is very effective at taking out a small group of people. He clearly knew that his first two traps would dwindle the opponents to minimum numbers. All that was needed was a small, controlled explosion, a marvelous and intricate plan, and the fact that he didn't even stay to overlook the situation makes it all the more evident that he had foreseen the end before he even started. We have ourselves a little monster, ladies and gentlemen, she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Everyone was stunned. They had picked up on her excitement. But that was the crazy thing, the headmistress had not been like this in decades. They all knew that something that could make her excited would be a massive boon for the school. We should enroll him in the dueling competition. I'm sure we could steamroll through the Japanese if we have him, said the young man. Professor Michael is correct. This would be a great opportunity. The only problem is, what would the boy want? Said the old man. What do you mean? It would be his honor to join. You are mistaken. A boy like that is not easily manipulated. He would not care about the reputation of the school. After all, in a few years or decades he would be unrivaled. But he might want something we have. And if he needs it badly enough, we should be able to come to an accord, said the old man with a cunning smile. That is a good way to look at it. Very well, we will go with what you have said. Randall, you will be in charge of fetching the boy after sorting and bring him to my study. I'm eager to chat with him," said the headmistress before getting up and leaving. Everyone else looked at each other and separated. They all went their own ways. After all, the sorting ceremony would still take a while since people needed to unfreeze the students. And a lot of them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I smiled when I saw the result. It was very effective. I imbued ice magic into the owl and made it explode, which took the two boys out. I must say, I'm surprised two made it out. I was expecting none of them to get out. But everything ended according to the plan, so there was nothing to worry about. As we climbed the stairs, me and Percival took turns talking about whatever we wanted. The kid told me he had a crush on this chick in his house. She was in the same grade, but he didn't know how to approach her. Being the good person that I am, I decided to lend him my services. I'll be your wingman. I'll get you talking to her, but the rest is on you, got it? I asked. Wingman? He asked with a puzzled look. I looked at him in shock before face-bombing and laughing at myself. I forgot, the kid is 12. What the hell would he know about something like this? I explained what I meant, and Percival was overjoyed. And like that, we reached the top where Percival stopped. When I noticed it, I turned around with a questioning look. I'll let you take first place since you did all the work, he said with a smile. I nodded and walked forward. I wasn't going to argue since I did do all the work. As soon as I took a step, though, a young man appeared out of thin air with a smile on his face. Hello. My name is Professor Michael, one of the teachers for Defense Against the Dark Arts, he introduced as he stretched out his hand. I didn't think much of it and took his hand, but the moment I did, I was sent blasting into a tree. Oh my, to fall for such a trick. Maybe you aren't as good as I thought, he mumbled. I was surprised at his blatant actions. I stood up and dusted my clothes before walking forward as if nothing happened. You dirtied my clothes, you fuck, I said calmly. The man was shocked at my words. I hope you don't mind if I get you back for that cheap shot, I said with a grin, and with a twitch of my fingers ropes appeared on the professor's body and his wand flew into my hand. I walked up to him and kicked the back of his knees. I then crouched in front of him. Why? I asked, playing with his wand. The man was stunned, speechless as his mouth moved, but no words came out. I frowned and looked at him. Are you a retard or something? I asked seriously. The man became incensed at my words but was shockingly able to calm down. It was a test, and a form of punishment for what you did to the other students. After all, you could have seriously harmed them. But it seems that it was me who ended up being punished instead, he said with a clear hint of self-mockery. But I shook my head. No, this wasn't punishment. This is, I said and punched him in the nose, effectively breaking it. Next time, be more mindful of your actions or an accident might happen, I warned. The man dropped to the floor and grunted in pain. Percival was shocked at my actions. He dropped to his knees and began to shiver. I looked at Percival and realized I may have gone too far. If I didn't fix this, I may end up getting kicked out. So I directed some of my magic power to my right eye. An invisible wave shot out and covered the professor before his blood began to recede and his broken nose was mended. The professor was clearly shocked as he stared at me. I then snapped my fingers and the rope dissipated into little lights, and I handed him his wand before pulling him up from the floor. I patted the dust off of his cloak and began to talk as I straightened his suit. Sorry about that. I just don't take kindly to being attacked out of nowhere. Hope you can let bygones be bygones, I said sincerely. It seems that after acting like a lawless tyrant for so long, it has become a habit, and a really bad one. This could get me in serious trouble. With a groan, Professor Michael rubbed his nose with a slight frown before looking at me again. I couldn't help but smile apologetically. I didn't mean to go that far. It was like a sort of reflex. I wasn't lying when I say I don't take kindly to people attacking me out of nowhere. The dude had nobody to blame but himself. It's fine. It was my fault for taking it upon myself to sneak attack you in the first place. Let's leave it all in the past since no damage was done, he said after a slight pause near the end as he touched his nose again. Good enough with me. What I'm wondering is what you're going to do with the other students, I said casually as I helped the still dazed Percival up. The kid was still looking at me as if I had just committed a cardinal sin. Naturally, they will be unfrozen and checked up on by the staff to make sure they are fine before proceeding to the sorting. After all, it's a whole school event. What I'm curious about is what house you'll be sorted into, he said. I shrugged, probably the horned serpent or the wampus cat. Hopefully the former. I'm a bit tired of dealing with muscleheads with nothing but stupid bravery and recklessness in their heads, I said as I remembered the faces of those two ridiculous idiots who love to get in trouble. That doesn't accurately depict the students in the Wampus house. As a matter of fact, they are actually quite smart, although not the most dedicated. They excel at dueling, something I think you would perfectly relate with, he said with an arched brow. Nope, I'm much more inclined towards studying in a much quieter environment with lots of books and lots of spells to learn. Thank you very much, I said with a shake of my head. I really did want a break from the Gryffindor stereotype. Spending time with studious individuals will be much more productive. Well, we'll just have to wait and see what the four statues think, won't we? As for now, please head down the stone path and through the official school gates. There, you will find a desk where you can collect your points. Since you weren't here last year, you can collect a card there as well. That will store your points. Please do not lose it, he said somewhat sternly before proceeding down the long flight of stairs. When I turned around, he was already gone. Tom, you utter lunatic, Percival bellowed when the professor left. He grabbed my robe and shook me with an angry expression on his still pale face. You could have gotten expelled for that stunt you pulled. Do you understand? I don't know how things run at Hogwarts, but Ilvermorny does not accept any such behavior. I suggest you rein it in before you end up on your ass outside the castle gates, he warned seriously. I nodded. Okay, I understand. I was wrong. But nothing ended badly, so it's fine. I'll be more careful next time. Now come on, I want to go get my points, I said as I walked off towards the gates with my hands in my pockets. Ah, what a troublesome fellow, he mumbled. I could still hear him, but simply smiled. I couldn't exactly disagree with him on that one. But who cares? I suddenly remembered that I could simply release all the students by undoing my spell. But why would I want to ruin their little bath time? That would just be cruel of me. With a smile, I strolled forward alongside Percival, who wouldn't stop yapping on about random topics and whether we would be punished. About 5 minutes later we arrived at the grand castle gates under the perfectly placed gray bricks that made up the path. A row of thick trees accompanied us the entire way as if acting as a natural barrier. Soon, a gate came into view, made out of gold with black adorning the letters at the top. Welcome. You will discover yourself and what you can do at this school. Learn, grow, and spread your wings. It was a wonderful welcome. I sighed again at the tragic comparison between this and Hogwarts. It really did need a makeover. The gate, as if sentient, sprang open with a slight creaking noise, and through it, a small wooden desk could be seen off to the side of the same brick path. Jade-like grass adorned the sides, which contrasted to the dark gray brick, further showcasing its beauty. The grass wrapped around as massive hedges of flowers and plants could be seen. Small animals and weird magical creatures that looked like pixies floated around, playing happily amongst the ocean of color. In front of me, 8 tall square towers, firm and strong for a great defensive line, and are connected by reinforced, massive walls made of light gray stone. The stones looked chipped and aged, yet it didn't hinder its majestic allure for even a moment. The almost church-like windows, arched frames and mosaic designs with different animals on them gave off a feeling of artistry. The massive wooden gates, framed in iron brackets, gave it an impenetrable look. The strong wind picked up, directing my gaze at the dancing flags upon each of the towers, proud and joyful as if grateful for being able to show off. Trees littered the background with their dark leaves and the massive expanse of shade they provided. The plains they were on stretched as far as my eye could see, illogical considering we were on a mountain top. The roar of creatures could be heard from the forest beyond the rolling hills to my left, and the screech of birds as they soared through the air. The sound of a river could be heard that ran underneath the drawbridge connected to the study castle walls by massive chains. Fish could be seen hopping atop the water's surface as if saying hello. The sun's shine on the water's surface mixed in with the sound of running water brought a sense of tranquility to the entire place. And the last touch to frame this masterpiece, the clouds, made of fluff, hanging in the background with a slightly orange tint from the slowly lowering sun. Simply beautiful. Look at yourself, lollygagging over the views, mocked Percival before hurriedly walking next to the person seated at the wooden desk. TCH, you sure know how to run fast, you little rat. All bark and no bite, I mocked back with a laugh before heading to the desk after him. There, I saw an old man scribbling down on a piece of parchment about who knows what. When he noticed us, he took a quick look before returning his gaze to the parchment he had never stopped writing on. Name, year, house, and order of who ascended the stairs first, he said slowly and in a clearly bored tone. I stepped forward. Thomas Knight, 2nd year, no house, and I came first, I announced. The old man stopped writing and looked up at me before raising an eyebrow. You're new here. Transfer? He asked. I nodded. Very well then, that explains the lack of house. In that case, you'll be joining the first years for the sorting ceremony. And since you're new, take this card. Don't lose it since it has your points. I have already transferred the 100 points for first place. You may head towards the castle gates through the drawbridge. You need to wait until all other students have arrived before the sorting ceremony begins, he explained briefly before beginning to write again. Next, he barked. I looked at Percival for a moment before walking towards the gate at a slow speed. It didn't take long for Percival to catch up. You got a lot of points for first place, man, he said in between breaths. Is 100 points a lot? I asked curiously. Percival nodded vigorously. Sure is. I only got half the points, and I came in second. 100 points can get you a few good spells, but nothing insane. It's a good start though. You'll probably be able to amass enough points to get most things available by the end of the year. But since you're not staying for that long, you probably won't get too many, sadly, he explained. I nodded in understanding. How much for the Pendragon locomotor charm? I asked. Damn, that's a rare charm, man. You'll need 250 points for that one, he said with a helpless expression. I didn't really know how hard it was to earn points yet. Percival said it was hard, but I would only find out how hard when classes started. We soon crossed the long drawbridge and arrived at the towering wooden gates. I then realized that it would be a very long time before everyone else would get here, and I really didn't want to waste time. It seemed my previous thought was wrong. So, with a snap of my fingers, a wave of invisible magic rippled out into the distance. Back in the coliseum, some staff members were hard at work unfreezing the students. They couldn't be too fast since it may cause harm to the student. They had only gone through 200 by the time Tom had accepted his points. They were worried that the students would freeze to death, and just as they were about to contact the headmistress, all the ice in the vicinity began to unfreeze at a rapid pace as steam began to rise from the frozen students. The professors were worried that something bad would happen, but when they saw that the students were not only not wet but were conscious and looking around in confusion, it puzzled the staff. Asterisk pop asterisk. The sound startled the teachers and they turned around to see the headmistress. "Headmistress, do you know what caused this?" a woman asked. It was the boy. He doesn't want to be bored waiting by the gates of the castle, so he unfroze the students, she said with a chuckle. The teachers were left with their mouths agape as they stared at the top of the stairs. The students didn't have a clue about what was happening until they were informed. Every single one of them became infuriated by Tom's actions and requested that he be punished. The headmistress raised her hand and silenced the crowd. "I understand your anger, but he did nothing wrong. It was all within the rules of the game. It is only due to your negligence and closed-mindedness that you did not foresee such an event. After all, when did the rules ever state that you couldn't attack fellow students with non-lethal spells and charms?" she asked the silent crowd. "If anything, you should be grateful. He has taught you a valuable lesson. Broaden your horizons and think outside of the box. Examine the rules and try to cheat the system through loopholes," she said with a smile and disapparated. All the students stood there in silence and thought about her words. It was only a while later that they snapped out of it and looked up at the stairs with determination. The race was still on for the top 10. Only they got points after all. They all looked at each other and a massive battle raged on. It was only an hour later that the top 10 were decided. They walked towards the gate where 2 students were sleeping carelessly against the gate. Pixies and little animals were all over Tom as he slept peacefully. They all looked at each other before one of them stepped forward and looked at the 2 with a frown. "Which one of you 2 is Thomas Knight, first to finish?" he said sternly. But his words fell on deaf ears as Tom simply scratched his hair and kept snoring away. Percival was drooling like an idiot as he mumbled, "No, don't do that, be gentle, not so fast." His words made the girls frown intensely and the boys began to blush slightly. The atmosphere was awkward. The boy who was talking before grimaced slightly and stepped forward and kicked Percival's leg slightly. Percival awoke from his dream with a jolt and looked up to see an older boy looking at him with a frown. But to the surprise of everyone, Percival waved him off. "Fuck off, man, you woke me up from my amazing dream. Go bug someone else." "PFFFT. Samuel, the kid just told you to fuck off." "I'm done," another kid said as he burst into laughter as he pointed at the kid who just kicked Percival. Samuel's frown intensified significantly at the other kid's words and looked down at Percival. He reached forward and grabbed the latter by the collar and began to shake him vigorously, awakening him again. But before he could argue, he was thrown to the ground again. "Are you Thomas Knight?" he yelled. Percival looked at him as if he was an idiot while patting the dust off his body. "No, you dumbass. My name is Percival. The boy next to me is Tom," he said, pointing at the sleeping Tom next to him. But as soon as Samuel took another step, he was stopped by Percival, who placed a hand on his chest. "Ah, not so fast. Think about it, he just froze almost the entire student body in an instant. Do you think your dumb ass will be able to even touch him? Don't get me wrong, I would love to see you get your ass handed to you. But it would cause more trouble and slow down this already tedious process. So, let's do all of us a favor and avoid the ass-kicking and stand silently as we wait for everyone else," he recommended before sitting back down and closing his eyes. Samuel scoffed, ignored Percival's warning and stepped forward. Yet, he was stopped once again. but this time by the kid who was making fun of him earlier. Not this time, Sam. What the kid said was right, he's not someone you want to mess with. Back off from now, he said in a serious tone. Fuck off, Francis, this kid needs to be humbled, Sam insisted and stomped forward and grabbed Tom by the collar before winding his fist back and sending it barreling forward. Yet, just as it was about to hit his face, Tom leaned his head sideways, avoiding it before his eyes burst open and a flash of light came out of it. Sam suddenly stumbled backwards as a swarm of bats assaulted him, creating a cloud around him. He screamed in fear as he waved his arms about in a frenzied manner in an attempt to swat them away. But his hysterical actions only made everyone else look at him oddly. They heard him screaming bats, but there was nothing there. It was only him waving his arms around like a madman. It was comical. But to everyone's surprise, Tom stepped forward and directly kicked Sam in the diaphragm, making him drop to his knees instantly as he gasped for breath. Saliva was dripping from his mouth as he hunched over, hugging his stomach area. Tom crouched and grabbed Sam by the hair, pulling his face upwards. "Do you have a problem with me?" he asked. Sam, who saw Tom's face and recalled what happened, began to shiver slightly before shaking his head slightly. "That's what I thought. Disappointing to see that the renowned dueling club president is simply a monkey holding a wand. Don't attack students for no reason. Keep your arrogance in check if you don't have the power to back it up. This is your first and final warning," he said sternly before looking at everyone else. He looked at Francis and then at the woman next to him and then at the silent kid behind the duo. "I take it you're Francis, Sabrina, and Peter," he said to their surprise. "Why, yeah. Sorry about Sam. He's used to being the best among us, so he acts this way," said Francis with a helpless smile. Sabrina silently nodded as she looked at Tom, and Peter nodded vigorously. "I can understand that, so I won't hold a grudge. You look like decent people who can judge when to and when not to fight. Keep this one in check, please," he said before glancing at the other four who were scattered about. He didn't know them or hear of them, so he didn't approach them. He directly sat down where he was before and closed his eyes. There was only the sound of Sam's incessant coughing. Francis and his gang dragged Sam away to a nearby stool where they helped him get better. I closed my eyes and reviewed the battle. The illusion ability is much more useful than I had previously thought. It literally rivals the Sharingan. And the amount of magic I used wasn't that much either. It seemed incredibly useful and something I could use in a multitude of ways. From sneaking around to created illusory clones of himself to confuse the enemy. They wouldn't have any power, but that wasn't the point. "What did you do to him?" "He was screaming bats and acting like a lunatic," asked Percival. "A simple illusion," I responded without explaining. "I see, you're full of surprises," he commented before remaining silent. And just like that, 2 more hours passed before everyone was gathered at the gates. By now, everyone knew who I was as they stared at me. I was dubbed the hated one by everyone. I couldn't help but chuckle at the name. And here I was hoping for the chosen one. I joked as I quietly mumbled to myself. There were whispers, but the good thing was, nobody made the connection between me and the boy who fought on the street. I had also asked Itchlies to obliviate the boy that knew who I was so that it wouldn't spread. After all, I did break the rules and evade capture. But I wouldn't stay in America long enough for them to know where I went. And even if they did know I was here, I would be long gone by the time they arrived. "Everyone, welcome to another year at Ilvermorny. My name is Randall Samford, and I am a professor of transfiguration and also the vice principal. I am in charge of leading you in for the regular old sorting ceremony. But before that, a round of applause to this year's top 10 stair climb winners. And especially to the newcomer and first to finish, Thomas Knight, he announced loudly. Everyone looked in my direction with hatred and indignance as they gave forced claps. I couldn't help but look up at the old man. He gave me a smile and waved his hand, which caused the gates to open. I was finally starting my new school year, 1992, September 1st, Ilvermorny. Boom. Ha 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 ha. The doors rolled open with a mechanical noise as the sound of gears could be heard pulling them open. Inside, a magical scene came into view, vastly different from the nighttime scene outside. Inside, it was daytime. A fake sun could be seen up in the sky-like ceiling. It looked surreal. I almost thought I teleported into a different space. The inside of the castle didn't actually look like an interior at all. There was soft grass on the floor that was separated by a majestic and neatly designed cobblestone footpath that was 3 meters wide. I looked at the massive courtyard and, in the middle, a marvelous fountain with a stone statue of a woman holding a rose up above her as water rushed out from the innermost center of the flower. A smile graced her face. She was unmoving, and yet a strange aura radiated off of her. It was almost like she was trapped in a stone cage, unable to come out, yet very much alive. Beside the statue, an old man could be seen sitting down by the edge of the fountain, feeding the fish with a warm smile on his face. He was small in stature and had gray skin and long ears. I instantly recognized him as a Pukwudgie, but this one had gray hair and a short beard, a neat but old suit on and a cane by his side. I couldn't help but grin at the sight of him. I wasn't completely ignorant of the history of this school. I probably knew more than anyone here, since I knew that the founder, Isolt Sayre, was part of the Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Funny how fate works. Isolt attempted to get away from her aunt who killed her parents by fleeing to America. Later she founded Ilvermorny with her future muggle husband and 2 adopted children. But her troubled past didn't escape her for long when her crazy aunt found her, and a large battle ensued. Just as Isolt was about to lose, she called out to William. I don't know if it's this protagonist shit or something, but she coincidentally named the Pukwudgie she was with William, the same name as her deceased father. And it was this Pukwudgie that responded to her call in dire need. The funny thing was, she was actually calling out to her father, not the Pukwudgie. Something I knew she would not correct since he had saved her life. Later it was James that chose the Pukwudgie for his house emblem that touched William. He later vowed to protect the family. To this day, Pukwudgies roam the forest nearby and even inside the actual castle, all descendants of this William fellow. But what nobody knew was how long their lifespans were, since the school had only been founded in 1627. The thing that was suspicious was that this old man was the only one allowed to clean the statue of the founder, and that every headmaster or mistress held a deep respect for this one. After all of this, it would be safe to say that people had come to a similar conclusion as me, that this Pukwudgie was actually the same William. He even had the same name, but when they confronted him, he would only smile and shake his head. Naturally, he would not reveal his secrets. The only reason I cared at all was because he could help me find the key, since he was here the entire time. So, as we walked past the fountain, everyone said hello to the Pukwudgie and continued to the other end where another set of slightly smaller gates was placed. But I lagged behind and simply stared at him before looking up at the statue. I secretly placed a muffliato spell around us when nobody was paying attention. Must be quite saddening, I said as I gazed at the beautiful stone statue. The sun seemed to favor her as it glowed even more brightly upon her shiny exterior. The old man didn't respond and continued to feed the fish. Being the only one left behind, that is, I continued without looking at him. But from the corner of my eye, a minuscule twitch of his lips was seen. This would have gone unnoticed by the students, but my enhanced body and eyes picked up on it. I smiled slightly. I wonder how you were able to keep yourself going after so many years. I pushed on cautiously. The old man looked up at me slightly and a glint flashed through his eyes, as if he recognized me. No, more like he could see through me. Young lad, I don't know what you're talking about. He refused and looked back down at the fish who were dancing about eating the treats he threw in. I think you do, but I don't have the time right now. I have to get sorted. But I will be back to resume our conversation. I think you will find it to be most intriguing, I said with a smile and walked towards the gate with the last couple of kids. I would have loved to stay and play with the old man, but I really did need to be sorted. I slowly made my way back to the front of the pack where Percival was standing and waiting to walk in. William peered over his shoulder slightly as he stared at Tom's back with slight surprise and vigilance. He had been probed many times about this, but everyone else wasn't as confident as this one. He seemed to be able to see right through him, like he knew his life's story. It creeped him out. He remembered the last few words Tom said and decided it was worth listening to. Everyone, quiet please. We will be entering the sorting area. First years, please stay on the first floor and wait there by doors directly in front of you when you walk in. Everyone else, please head to your respective floors. Second years on the second viewing floor, third years on the third, so on and so forth, he said calmly. He turned on his heels after making sure everyone understood and pushed the doors open. As I walked inside, there were 2 sets of stairs coiling along the wall to the left and right respectively. They looked to be ancient, which perfectly correlated with the age of this castle. According to what Professor Randall said, it seemed that there were separate floors dedicated for each year level. Such extravagance simply to view a sorting ceremony. At some point, Professor Randall appeared next to me. I turned and looked up at him slightly. Do I follow the first years? I asked. I speculated that the reason he was here was to inform me of the question I had asked. Randall nodded slightly. That's right, since you don't have a house, you will need to be sorted, he said before raising his head to look at the nervous first years. They had naive expressions on their faces. I never get tired of seeing the new students starting their journey here. I wonder what house Mr. Knight has in mind, the professor questioned calmly and slowly as he observed the first years. The Horned Serpent, I answered. Randall was surprised. I didn't expect that. I would have thought a powerful and talented student like yourself would have chosen the Wampus house, he stated with a raised eyebrow. Nah, I was already sorted into Gryffindor, which equates to the Wampus house. A change of pace will do me some good. Is that so? Anyway, I'll be seeing you later. I'm eager to see which statue picks you. He said those parting words before leaving my side. From his earlier expression, I understood that he was conflicted about something. It wasn't hard to figure out a possible reason. That reason being that he wanted me to join the tournament. But me wanting to be accepted into the Horned Serpent house might have made him think that I wasn't inclined towards such endeavors. It didn't really bother me since I would be joining no matter what house I chose. Soon, another, smaller female teacher appeared from a separate corridor. She had a wide-brimmed pointy witch hat and a long green cloak that dragged behind her due to her small stature. Good afternoon, new students. My name is Petilla Malstrup and I teach arithmancy, something you won't be exposed to until next year for the selective few who choose it. I am also the head of the Pukwudgie house. I do hope to see some of your bright and happy faces in my house after this, she said with a smile before turning around and pressing her hand on the door. Instantly, the doors began to glow with strange carvings before slowly sliding open. Inside, there was a wide area covered in grass and an elevated stage with a long flight of stairs leading directly to the top. The stage was really tall, about 3 or 4 stories up in fact, but I could barely see from the peak. 4 stone statues. Each one is placed in a circle. I really couldn't see much else. But what captivated me was the massive amount of students peering over the balcony of each of the floors. 8 floors to be exact. 7 for the student body, and the last and topmost one was reserved for the teachers, who were seated on stone chairs watching closely. It really was daunting. Thousands of eyes staring down at you. Welcome to the sorting ceremony. We will call your name in alphabetical order. You must ascend the stone steps and be judged by the 4 statues. One of the 4 will light up, and that will be your house. The Wampus House, the Horned Serpent House, the Pukwudgie House, and the Thunderbird House. Whichever house chooses you will be your new home for the remainder of your schooling in this institution. I wish you the best of luck. May the sorting commence, said a booming female voice. I looked up at the teacher floor and soon identified the person who was talking. She was sitting on a much bigger stone chair, almost like a throne. She had raven black hair, green eyes, snow-white skin, and a smile on her face. As I looked up at her, she was also gazing down at me. I nodded slightly in greeting and saw her nod back with a wider smile. I was slightly surprised she would reciprocate, but my attention was pulled towards the stone stage as the first student had ascended. Instantly, a ring of fire surrounded the student as the 4 stones statues seemed to come to life. Their eyes glowed with varying light as they gazed down at the student. But quickly, 3 of the other statues lost their light and became solid again. Only the Thunderbird was active. It roared towards the sky as it flapped its wings cheerfully. A certain segment of the tower began to clap happily. I assumed it to be the Thunderbird house. The student walked to the other end of the open area where a teacher was waiting. It seemed the first years were on the first floor and were separated into areas depending on the house they were placed in. It also coincided that the area the students stood was where the cheering was coming from. It seemed that the houses had predetermined spots on each floor. The sorting continued to progress. Since it went by alphabetical order based on family name, it would be a little while before it would be my turn. The event was still much more entertaining compared to the Hogwarts one, where we simply stood there watching a hat decide our house. Here, we watched the statues light up, compete with each other to see who got the student. And although it did also get repetitive, what kept it interesting was that some people had 2 statues light up. It happened quite a bit actually, mostly between Wampus and Thunderbird because they were somewhat similar. If one person had one of the traits, they would be more likely to have the other as well. There was usually nobody who had to choose between the Horned Serpent and Wampus since they were vastly different aspects of a human. That did not mean that the people who went into Wampus weren't smart, it just meant that they didn't have an affinity for the studies. As I continued to watch, I spotted Percival by the balcony on the 2nd floor looking down at me and waving. He seemed to be in the Thunderbird house. Not very surprised since he was a very outgoing and energetic person. It seemed we wouldn't be in the same house. Well, at least that was where I thought things would end up as. It all depended on what statue lit up for me. Soon, people with the surname beginning with the letter K were called up. Thomas Knight, Thomas Knight. The old man who held the scroll announced twice. There was silence as everyone waited patiently. I squeezed my way through the crowd and began to walk up the stone steps. The higher I got, the clearer the sorting area became. There was a circle connecting all the statues together and a star engraved in the middle. There was also that green nether fire or whatever lighting up the stage as well. The statues radiated intense auras, but they varied in emotion and feeling. They each made me feel different. The Pukwudgie made me feel comfortable and almost soothing in a sense. The Thunderbird made me feel energetic and giddy. I felt like exploring the vast expanse of uncharted territory. The wampus cat made my blood boil. I felt my magic surge in waves. It was odd. The horned serpent made me feel calm and peaceful, as if nothing could disrupt my concentration. Like everything was within grasp. My thoughts even became clearer. It was a very surprising revelation. These statues were almost alive in a sense. They all had a deep impression of what they sought, what they valued, and what they didn't like. I didn't feel that much towards the Pukwudgie, which didn't surprise me since I wasn't a healer or an overly good person per se. The Thunderbird gave me a sense of excitement that I had not felt in a little while. It was very stimulating. The wampus cat simply made me feel normal, or a bit more aggressive in a sense. I didn't know if that was normal, but it made me want to fight something. But all my attention was soon sucked into the horned serpent. As if I plunged into a vast body of water, I quickly sank to the bottom. And knowing me, I would have freaked out by now, but oddly enough, I felt calm. And from the deep, a massive shadow appeared and circled around me. It was a massive horned serpent. It looked down at me with a deep gaze. "You are talented, immensely so. But your path does not lie with that of the studious," it sang while shaking its head slightly. I was stunned speechless for a moment as I stared at its orb-like green eyes and blue horn with emerald-like scales. What do you mean?" I asked. I knew I was a studious person. I liked to consume knowledge. The serpent didn't seem to mind my question and answered calmly. "Your future is full of battle. Your studies have never been your priority. Power was," it stated. I was confused. "But power is obtained through studying, isn't it?" The snake nodded. "Correct, but you are studying for a purpose that shifts away from the values I hold dear. I look for the people who wish to immerse themselves in books, to research, to reveal the secrets that lie within the magic that surrounds us. But you seek to harness it for the simple use of power. I do not think that correlates with this house. My house has produced wizards that do not associate themselves with the squabbles of power-hungry wizards. My house produces scholars, innovators, and inventors," it explained. I pondered over its words. I guess it was right. After all, I didn't really care to expand or further the understanding and development of magic for the benefit of the wizarding world. I couldn't care less for such useless things. Creating new spells, charms, jinxes, curses, or revealing the secrets of magic. What was the point? Like really, what was the point when the answers to all these so-called secrets lay within my mind space? If wanted to know, all I had to do was ask. I mean, I had the Echlies and Drac, the progenitors of magic. Was there any logical need to waste my time becoming a scholar? At least I didn't think so. Maybe the Sorting Hat also understood this reasoning even when I, at that moment, didn't, so it chose to put me in Gryffindor. And here I stood, being denied access to the studious house for a second time. It seemed it wasn't just the luck of the draw or a hat's mere whims. "Thank you for broadening my horizons." "A simple whim of mine. You have talent, cherish it, use it for the right reasons. I see a bright future ahead of you," it encouraged. Before long, I found myself back on the stage. I didn't know how long I had been standing there, but before long, my vision changed once again, and I found myself amidst a mountainous region covered in trees and rocks. Atop the largest one, a six-legged mountain lion-looking creature peered down at me. "So, the silly snake rejected you?" asked the wampus cat. I was enlightened. "But yes, in simple terms, I was rejected," I answered. "I see. Well, I see the drive for power, for strength. It fuels your ambitions. So, I have nothing more to say. You are a perfect fit for my house," it said calmly. I couldn't really disagree, but I wanted to see my options first. Can I talk to the Thunderbird first before making my decision? I asked. Still undecided. That's all right. That bird also wanted to speak to you. It nodded. My vision changed and I appeared in the desert. Nothing but sand and dunes. And in the sky, an enormous storm raged on as thunder and lightning crackled and boomed through the surroundings, as if war drums were beating the sweet symphony of battle. And like an angel from the sky, a massive bird descended with its 3 pairs of wings and the golden hue that surrounded it. Sup, kid? I'm glad you didn't rush to a decision. I wanted to ask you a few questions. It spoke. Sure, go ahead, I nodded. I was also intrigued as to what it would say. What is your goal after leaving school? It asked. I couldn't help but frown. This same question had been proposed to me. I didn't have an answer then, and I still don't now. But I fail to understand how this is related. I don't know, I answered truthfully. Have you ever wanted to see how other people use magic? How it impacts their life while being in contact with it? What they have come up with during said exposure? It asked. I pondered on his question. In all honesty, I was intrigued. Japan, for example, had an amazing school that could rival Ilvermorny. There are several other schools around the globe that are also heavyweights in their own right. Yet, I didn't have a clue what made them so special, what their values were, how they use magic and how it differs from everywhere else, what their beliefs are, how they interact with their non-magical community. These were all questions that had been sprouting and growing in my head under the incessant watering provided by the new experiences here in America. There were vast differences between England and America, and there were also similarities. Both had their problems and both had their advantages, and I was sure other countries were the same. Would you like to experience that? The new and exciting? The joy of being in a new land full of mysteries, a land full of rich magical history? And finally, what would you do when you finally gathered all this knowledge? It asked. I agreed with the first half, but what puzzled me was the second half. What would I do with that knowledge? I mumbled to myself. I didn't have an answer. Wasn't it to simply satisfy my curiosity? What else could it be used for? There must be a deeper meaning to his question. But I can't quite grasp it. What is he hinting at? That is all I have to say. I believe you know best which house you will join, it said before my vision blurred and I found myself back on the stage. I saw the Thunderbird flap its wings far stronger than ever before. It even took off and flew around the arena once before landing again. This incited the gasps of the crowd. Then a thundering roar broke the silence as the Wampus cat roared to the high heavens. The sheer power radiating out of it was almost suffocating. I was really in a tight spot. I was leaning towards the Wampus cat, but the last words the Thunderbird said kept echoing in my head. I racked my brain attempting to understand the hint, but I couldn't. There was a silence as the students waited for my response. I bowed my head slightly, making my final decision before raising it again a few moments later. I choose the Thunderbird house, I announced. Instantly, the Thunderbird statue roared to the skies in celebration. The statue of the Wampus cat actually frowned slightly but stayed silent in the end. It was a difficult decision at heart, but something about the words the Thunderbird said captivated my imagination and made me think. I really did want to travel the world and gain knowledge of how other countries use their magic. Maybe this was something I didn't think about due to my anger and lust for revenge and power, but it seemed as if the mist that had been clouding my thoughts, obstructing me from seeing my hidden desires I didn't even know of myself, had been lifted, and a new hunger, a new thirst for the outside world began to grow inside of me, something I would try my best to satiate. Thunderous applause came from the Thunderbird house, which awoke me from my thoughts. I looked over to see Percival beaming a massive smile on his face as he clapped vigorously. I smiled slightly and descended the stone steps while making my way to the second floor under the odd looks from the first years. Everyone else was the same until a teacher stepped forward. Student Thomas Knight is a second year who transferred here from Hogwarts, England. Please welcome him with open arms, he stated before barking out next a second after he finished the announcement. The students began to whisper about who knows what as they looked at me. I didn't really bother to listen and simply made my way towards Percival, who had a wide grin on his face. Who would have known that you would choose this house? I was already stunned when the horned serpent didn't pick you, seeing how much you wanted that one. But the Wampus house also chose you. Why did you then pick the Thunderbird? He asked. Well, I was about to choose the Wampus house, but the Thunderbird wanted to talk to me. So, I decided to listen. And what it revealed opened my eyes to a new world. Something I am looking forward to exploring, I explained. Wait, the statue talked to you? Asked Percival, who had an odd expression. I couldn't help but frown at his words and secretly set up muffliato around the both of us. Yeah, the horned serpent and the Wampus cat did too. Isn't that normal? I asked. No way, man. That hasn't happened before. There has never been a record of a student talking to the statues. What did they say? He asked curiously. I swear I saw stars in his eyes. I sighed slightly and began to tell him everything they said. Wow, so that's the reason you were rejected by the serpent. And the Thunderbird's words do make sense. I would love to travel as well. I just haven't been able to. But your situation is odd. I wonder why they talked to you specifically? He questioned out loud. I thought about it as well. There was something I didn't know here. Why did they talk to me specifically? Did they know something I didn't? After all, I have no idea about anything here apart from the school's basic history and some hidden details. But the sentient statues is something I have no info on. I could only throw my question to the back of my mind for the moment since I didn't have the answers. Soon, the sorting ceremony finished with all the new students being sorted into their respective houses. After that, the woman I had spotted on the big throne stood up and spread her arms. I am happy to see that all the students have been sorted. Now, remember, study hard, learn, experience, grow, and shine. For you shall be the driving force of tomorrow's society. I hope each and every one of you can fulfill the destiny placed upon you. She paused and looked at me for a moment before glancing away, or reforge it into something new and amazing. Now, please head through the doors on your floors as directed by your student house captains, she said before walking away. All the other teachers did the same. But as I followed behind Percival, I couldn't help but think about the woman's words. What did she mean by that? Again, another question without an answer. But as I pondered, a hand was placed on my shoulder. When I looked up, I saw Randall, the Transfiguration's professor, looking at me with a smile. Hello, Tom. I'm sorry to disrupt your thoughts, but I must ask you to follow me. The headmistress wants to talk to you, he revealed to my surprise. Percival was surprised as well but waved me off, indicating for me to go, and walked off towards the door. Sure, I nodded. Perfect, then please grab onto my arm, he said, stretching out his left arm towards me. I was surprised. I didn't know you could appear it inside the school. Nobody can apart from me and the headmistress. A special seal has been given to me, he explained with a smile. I nodded in understanding and grabbed onto his arm. Instantly, I felt my body shrink and warp for an instant before reappearing outside of an office. The doors were made of pitch black wood with golden brackets adorning the planks. To the sides, 2 Thunderbirds framed the doors, golden and majestic. I couldn't help but admit it was impressive. As Professor Randall pushed the door open, a massive room came into view. The smell of tea wafted into my nose as I looked at the self-stirring pot on the headmistress's desk. A massive desk made of gold and marble full of books and parchments. To the sides, like Hogwarts, paintings full of unfamiliar people adorned the walls. Below them, shelves full of trinkets, trophies of all kinds, books, and even weird creatures, both desiccated and alive, stacked on the shelves. It was quite the sight to behold. Above the room, dangling from the ceiling, a massive solar system made of pure gold could be seen spinning around. What was interesting was that they were moving in real time. Each golden planet moved at the same time as its outer space counterpart. Runes were carved into the globes that made them revolve faster or slower to maintain pace and to stop it from deviating. I knew this because, willingly or not, I soaked it all up from astronomy. As I immersed myself in it, a light voice fell on my ears. "Mr. Knight, care for some tea?" Her words snapped me out of my thoughts as my eyes focused on the teacup she was offering. I had learned my lesson from that old goat back at Hogwarts. "Does it have anything in it?" I asked in my head. "Nope, all clear," responded Drac, much to my relief. It meant that she wasn't playing any tricks. Well, at least she wasn't playing as dirty as Dumbledore. "Achoo-oh. Asterisk sniff asterisk. Who's talking behind my back?" mumbled an old man as he looked up from the parchment he was writing on a few moments ago. "Who knows, many people hate me these days, asterisk sigh asterisk. Anyway," he said with a clap and reached out to a piece of candy on the corner of his desk and immersed himself in his work with excitement. If one looked closely, the title read "Ways to Get Back at Thomas Knight." "I would love some, thank you." I nodded and took the cup of tea with a smile. I sat down comfortably on the chair opposite her and took a sip before placing the cup on my side of the desk. "So, what would the headmistress want with me?" I asked calmly. I already had some idea. I just didn't expect that they would come looking for me instead of the other way around. Seems they take this whole competition very seriously. All the better, I say. The more they want the win, the more they'll pay to attain it. The crazed laughter of a certain clown kept ringing in my ears as the same quote echoed in my head: "If you're good at something, never do it for free." "You don't have to be so formal. Violet is fine." "Violet Feathermore. How is Dumbledore?" she asked, not answering my question. I smiled slightly. I didn't mind talking to her for a bit since I had nothing better to do. And assessing her character wouldn't be a bad thing either. "He's as scheming as ever. He's busy doing what he does best. Being irresponsible," I said casually. Violet's reaction, however, was a different matter. She almost had to spit out her mouth full of tea at my remarks as she stared at me with shock. Calming herself down, she spoke. "You don't get along with him?" she asked. "Nah, nothing of the sort. Well, at least I don't have a problem with him. He probably does after I extorted and blackmailed him for some minor things," I said with a chuckle. "Good times." Violet raised an eyebrow and looked at me questioningly. She looked as if she found a hot bit of gossip and wanted to know more. "We had a problem during the school year. I naturally helped him fix it and save a life. There was also some other stuff. He's probably not happy with me. But what can you do?" I said with a shrug. Violet didn't seem to be content with the explanation, but I was not going to tell her more. I don't know how well the two countries get along, but basing it off canon events, I take it not too well. Rivalry, I suppose. Or greed. Who knows? But telling her secrets about what goes on at Hogwarts is not the wisest thing I can do currently. Seeing my silence, she seemed to let go of the topic and she began to smile slightly. "I watched your performance at the stairs earlier today. I must say, you are immensely talented." I was also surprised that you chose the Thunderbird house when the Wampus house was an option. I smiled slightly while placing my cup down on the desk again. Well, I had some enlightenment and decided to go for a new option. I withheld the part about the statues talking to me since I didn't know what reaction they would have to it. Rather safe than sorry. I don't need to be hassled for details and shit like that. I see. Well, that is of no consequence. I have brought you here because of your outstanding performance earlier today. I don't know if you are familiar with the tournament that is held every decade? She questioned. I nodded. I was made aware of such a thing a few days ago. I find it most fascinating. It reminds me of the Triwizard tournament that Hogwarts used to hold, I said with hints of excitement. I loved tournaments that involved magic. Violet seemed to be a little more excited but controlled her expressions and actions very well. The only reason I knew she was excited was because of the magical energy in the air. I felt it swirl slightly for a moment. I had only come to realize post-rebirth after the trial when my sensitivity towards magical energy was heightened that magical energy reacts based on emotions and such. Although it was minuscule and almost untraceable for me, it was as clear as day. That is good. It saves me the time of rehashing the same content. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. You were able to freeze the entire student body within seconds. You were meticulous and thorough in your approach and had the foresight to set up measures against those who managed to get through your first set of obstacles. This is something that I would like to have in my team when facing Mahadokoro. I believe that you would be a great addition that will boost our chances. She explained with a smile. I nodded. It wasn't that surprising. After all, I did show off for this very purpose. Although I didn't know if it would come back to bite me, I was almost certain that they would overlook it for the purpose of using me for their tournament. I would be happy to join. I paused, but Violet mistook that for my final answer. That's great then. But I cut her off. But I won't be doing it for free. I finished with a merchant's grin. Violet squinted her eyes as she stared at me for a moment before nodding. It is only right. I wonder what Mr. Knight has in mind, she asked with a smile. But there was a clear trace of warning in her tone, telling me to not go overboard. I naturally knew my limits, but I wouldn't be humble about it either. I was wondering if you know the location of a key given to a previous headmaster of this school by my great-grandfather, I explained. I wondered if I should be more careful about how I asked about the key. But there should be nobody who knows about the Pendragons. Violet's eyes constricted slightly as she stared at me. It only lasted a split second, but I was able to instantly see it. I couldn't help but smile slightly. So, you do know what I'm talking about. That's good. It saves me the trouble. That is my condition, the key for a landslide victory, I said confidently. Violet sighed slightly but raised her brow. That is awfully confident of you, even though you have the evidence to back your claim based on your performance. How do I know if that was all you had? Or if there were special conditions needed to use such a spell? I cannot simply agree without assuring that my interests are secured, she said seriously. I nodded and finished my tea with one last gulp. That is understandable. I have long expected you to test me. So, you can throw anything you want at me. I'll crush it, I said confidently. I had no doubt that I could pass all her tests with flying colors. That is to be determined. I do hope your words prove true, since it benefits both parties if they do so. If you succeed in passing my tests, I will hand you the key. If you fail, not only will you not gain the key, but I will personally expel you from this school, she said with a cold smile. I sighed. Every headmaster/headmistress was the same. They were all so petty. I pushed myself up from my chair and began to walk away but stopped and turned around a few steps from the door. Challenge accepted. I look forward to receiving my key. Mrs. Violet. Oh, and thank you for the tea. It was rather lovely. I'll have Professor Randall here send you back, she proposed. But I waved her off. That won't be necessary, I said with a smile, and under their puzzled gazes I turned around and a feeling of being turned inside out spread over my body as my vision blurred. But it didn't take long before it was restored, and I found myself in the sorting area second floor, the exact place I had disappeared from. I was a bit nervous at first since I didn't know if it would work. But to my relief, it did, and splendidly so too. Why did you ask for so little, kid? You could have asked for more, Etchlies asked. Because it's better to take it slow, prove our worth, and assess how much leverage we truly have. If it's considerable, then we can afford to bite off more. But if this is done before anything has been proven and the standings are not yet clear, we might instead be shooting ourselves in the foot. The stakes are low. Stakes are low. If the boy fails, he gets expelled, Etchlies said. That is low stakes. The tests will be easy. There is no way that he's expelled. High stakes would actually be the opposite, if Tom was forced to stay if he lost. We have business back at Hogwarts, so staying here would be incredibly annoying. Anyway, that is all besides the point. If we asked for a lot more, based on our worth, which they do not know about yet, they might give us some exorbitant test or ridiculous task. We would have to work a lot more than necessary. This way, the tests are small and easy according to our real strength, and we can get more for less labor done, he reasoned. I couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Drac had explained it very well. That was why I kept my benefits to a minimum for the time being. They will rise eventually. But for now, this was enough. I put my hands in my pockets and walked through the open door while whistling a merry tune. Back in the office, Violet and Randall were staring at the place where Tom stood previously with their jaws hanging open. What did he just do? Did he just a parrot? Randall exclaimed in utter shock. His shout awoke Violet, who was equally as shocked. What a monster! This should not be possible. Nobody except ourselves are able to do this. This boy is far from normal, Violet said with a momentary frown before a small smile graced her perfect face. Randall, who saw this, frowned slightly and looked at her questioningly. Violet naturally understood this and explained, why would he show us this if not to further emphasize his claim to being able to complete my test? He is clearly telling us that we are underestimating him. And as much as I hate to say it, we have severely underestimated him. But that is not a bad thing. It's the opposite. The more talented he is, the better the result in the tournament. Maybe we will finally get the steady lead we have always wanted, she said with traces of excitement in her voice. Randall, however, sighed. You're missing the key point here. The more talented he is, the more he will extort from us. I think we might have disregarded his previous words. I just hope he goes easy on us, he said helplessly. What do you mean? Don't we have the initiative? Don't we hold all the cards? She asked. Of course not. We are depending on him. I doubt the students we have currently can beat Maharakoro. He might know that too. And if he does, he will take advantage of that. Maybe there is a reason Dumbledore holds such a grudge. I've always known him to be pretty calm. Maybe that kid did a number on him. We should be prepared, he said with another sigh. By the way, Violet said with a smirk. Randall stiffened and mechanically turned his head towards her. You lost the bet, she said word by word with a wider grin after each stop. Randall started sweating slightly. That was just a joke. We weren't actually betting, right? Right? He asked with a pale face. Of course we are, Randall. I'm offended you would take this so lightly. I could have taken a severe loss this time. And I bet you wouldn't have been a simple joke then, right? she said with a knowing grin. Randall grimaced slightly and reluctantly handed over a small pouch, but inside it was actually 2,500 galleons. To think you would make such a big bet with me, Randall, she said with a childish smile as stars sparkled in her eyes. Randall frowned heavily. Not even a day in and I'm already at a deficit due to this boy, he said with a tragic sigh. Walking through the door, a massive hall came into view. But it blew me away. Dozens of floors could be seen, almost like shelves on a bookcase. The floor/roof of each level was made of onyx stone, and the guardrails on the balcony of each floor was made of gold. The entire building was rectangle-shaped and looked like the side of a hotel. Sparse tables full of students could be seen. Everyone had a smile on their faces as they were talking. A multitude of food spread over the table as if it was Christmas Eve. On the walls, small Thunderbirds could be seen holding lamps that lit up the floors brilliantly. The lighting made it seem like it was daytime. The walls looked like windows into another world, as grassy plains, mountain ranges, deserts, oceans, it was all there, but separated into floors. The entire place was shiny and luxurious. A cafeteria could be seen against the far end of the room. From where I was standing, I could see it stretch upwards where another cafeteria was placed. But what differentiated each one from the next was the food being served. It seemed to match the scenery. On the ground floor, it was a grassy plain, so there was picnic food as well as chicken and beef. On the second floor, a desert, so there was cold and refreshing food such as ice cream and cold sesame cucumber noodles, chicken orzo salad, watermelon poke bowls, and so on. On the third floor, there was a mountain range full of deep forests, so they served game, deer, rabbit, moose, as well as other hot foods. On the fourth floor, there was a limitless ocean. On that floor they served fish of all kinds, from shark fin soup to tuna and clams. Anything and everything. On the fifth, a burning desolate land. On that floor, everything that could be spicy was, and incredibly so. Above that was the final floor, an expanse of clouds. Nothing more, nothing less, just clouds. On that floor, they had every possible candy you could imagine. As I gazed up at the infinite amounts of foods of all kinds, I became slightly overwhelmed. What should I choose to eat? But before I could decide, Tom, a voice yelled from somewhere within the first floor. I looked in that direction and saw Percival sitting down with a bunch of other people. They had chicken, beef, barbecue. It smelled great. Making my way over, I sat down next to Percival after he made space for me. He pat my shoulder with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Fred, the most bored and unenthusiastic person you will ever meet, he said, pointing at the kid with brown hair who was almost dozing off on the table. A face of complete boredom and lack of care for anything was evident. He didn't even respond to Percival's insults. Next is Jenna. She's the smart one of the group. If you have problems, she can help. He spoke. The girl in question had brown hair and glasses on. Her deep blue eyes spoke of wisdom beyond her years, which caught my attention. She had her hair tied in a neat bun and pushed her glasses up with a furious expression. Hey, why would you introduce me like some nerd? You're such a loser, Percival, she said angrily. Percival waved her off dismissively and moved on. Next is Robert. He is the best when it comes to transfiguration and loves animals. Sup, man, Robert greeted casually and lowered his head back to eat the salad on his plate. He seemed to be a bit of a vegetarian. He had black hair and a warm smile, brown eyes and freckles all over his face. Don't mind him, he loves animals so much he can't bear to eat them. And last but not least, Abby. She is the best and dueling amongst us all. Even though we are only second years, she is way ahead of us due to her parents being master duelers, he explained. Abby looked at me solemnly. She had raven black hair that was down to her waist, slender hands and skin as white as snow. She was already exhibiting signs of being a real top-class beauty in the future. "Why is she in the Thunderbird house instead of the Wampus cat house?" I asked. Percival smiled. For some reason, the Wampus statue didn't light up for her. He shrugged. Abby's head rose from her food as she stared at me for a moment. "You're the kid Percival was talking about. The one that froze us all in the coliseum?" she asked. "That's the one. No hard feeling," I said with a smile. "Have a duel with me," she proposed abruptly. I looked at everyone and saw their lack of surprise. It must be a common occurrence. I then looked at her for a moment and pondered. Even though I would gain no benefit from doing so, it wasn't bad to get acquainted with the people I'll be staying with for the next half a year. "Sure, but let me eat first. I haven't eaten since we arrived at the school," I said before getting up and walking to the cafeteria on the same level. Even though there was nobody there to take the order, there was a piece of parchment, ink, and a quill. I wrote down my order and the words disappeared. Instantly, the dish was placed on the desk in front of me. It reminded me of Riddle's diary. Not bothering with the thought anymore, I took the large plate full of fried chicken and barbecued beef and sat down before digging in. I could see Robert frowning heavily as he saw me eating. I decided to tease the fellow. "Boy, what are they feeding these chickens? They're delicious," exclaimed as I turned to Percival with a playful smile. Percival, understanding my intention, smiled cheekily. "Yeah, they're delicious. They say that the house elves feed them magical seeds and enhance the nutrition of their food in general." He nodded vigorously while licking his lips. Black lines appeared on Robert's face as he stared at both of us as if we had killed his mother. "Want some?" I asked, extending a chicken drumstick. Robert stood up abruptly. "You're both insufferable. I have lost my appetite," he said, and was about to storm off when I stood up and stopped him from leaving. "I was only messing with you, man. Relax," I said with a smile. But Robert was still frowning. "Robert, you dumbass, stop being such a pussy and sit down," Abby demanded. Robert looked at her before silently sitting down again like a good little boy. I was stunned. The mouth on this woman. And why did Robert listen to her? As I sat down, Percival noticed my look and leaned in. "Robert over there has a crush on Abby," he revealed. I finally understood. It was understandable. You do some weird and simp-like things at this young age. I sighed slightly. But in a sense, if Robert played his cards right, he could end up having the last laugh. I shrugged and continued to eat my food. But I couldn't help but think of Hermione. In this world she was vastly different from the one in the books. In this one, she resembled Emma Watson, which was definitely something to brag about. I knew very well that Hermione would grow up to be a very beautiful woman, and I couldn't help but praise my good luck. "Really now? Look at this lies. Tommy here is love-struck," Drac teased. I almost choked on my food. "I am not. Just analyzing the facts." I tried to defend myself as I felt my face burn up slightly. "PFFFT. Right, because we'll fall for that one, mate. Don't worry, we back you all the way. You don't have to be embarrassed about it," Echlies said in a mocking tone. "Fuck you both." "Back at you both," dragons spat at the same time. I really hated them. But I was honestly astonished at how much that girl had rubbed off on me. At this point, I couldn't deny that I was developing a crush on her. But I shook my head slightly. Sigh how far I've fallen, I mumbled to myself. "What?" asked Percival. "Nothing, man. Nothing." Dinner continued for another hour before a clap of thunder flashed across all the walls. Instantly, all the chatter stopped, and everyone stood up and faced the door from which they all came in from. I had no idea what was going on, but decided that it was best to follow the crowd. Just as I stood up, Violet walked in with Randall in tow. Good afternoon, students. I hope everyone was able to have a sumptuous dinner. A new year is upon us, and I expect nothing less than a top performance from all of you. I only have a couple of things to remind you of. 1. Those who wish to try out for the Quidditch team may do so in a week's time. Anyone from any year level is welcome. All you need is the skill. 2. In a month's time, we will be starting the school tournament to decide the top 10 for the intercontinental tournament between the magical schools of America and Japan. All those who are interested in signing up, please use this month to prepare thoroughly. 3. Clubs will be active starting from tomorrow. New students, please take the time to visit the clubs you find interesting. 4. Points will be awarded based on academic scores in all your subjects. So, it is in your best interest to strive for first place. The higher you get, the better the reward. We will be having mid-year exams. The top then will also get additional points. 5. The Beast Arena will be open tomorrow for all those who wish to hone their skills. New students, you will be informed about the arena during your defense against the dark arts lesson. There is a leaderboard on campus that shows the top 50 students. They are ranked based on the type of beast killed and the time taken to do so. I suggest you look into it. And finally, a clever thunder arrow may strike the lion's heart. I wish you the best of luck, she said with a smile before walking out of the door again. Everyone was excited for the new year to come. I was interested in Violet's final words. It didn't seem to have a hidden meaning but had a nice ring to it. I was excited about the points. The better the grades, the more points. Especially the mid-year exam. That would provide me with a lot of points, which meant better spells, charms, and materials I can use. Then there was the arena. I speculated that it shouldn't be as straightforward as it seems. There must be more to it. I would only find out when I asked Professor Michael about it. For now, I stuck with Percival and his gang as we walked through the door. But the view I was expecting didn't appear. Instead, massive stairs at least 20 meters wide appeared in front of me. Made of stone, they rose up to a tower that had lightning constantly striking. I looked around and found myself in a similar stadium, but it was smaller. And it looked to be some kind of shrine for the Thunderbird. The surroundings were covered in trees that extended for God knows how far. This stadium, though, didn't have the other statues, but instead focused only on the Thunderbird. The mass of black clouds rumbling with violent thunder was impressive to say the least. This is the gateway that leads to the Thunderbird house. On your left, you will see similar doors. They all have signs on them indicating where they lead to. The tower behind me is where you will be sleeping. The common room is on the first floor. The first years are on the second floor, the second years on the third floor, so on and so forth. There is currently no curfew, but you are responsible for your own time management. Ilvermorny does not tolerate tardiness. If you are late, you are punished accordingly. That is all. You are free to look around, but please do not leave the perimeter of the house. A stone wall is erected to signal when you have reached the perimeter, said an older boy. He had orange spiky hair and was quite tall. He seemed to be the prefect. Roger Flagfort, prefect and son of an important official in Macusa, Percival explained. I nodded in understanding. He seemed to take his role seriously, unlike another useless redhead I had the displeasure of meeting. I walked straight towards the tower. It looked to be made of a dark green jade brick, which gave it a beautiful look. The tower itself was about 10 stories tall, and at the top a massive metal rod stuck out that attracted the lighting in the sky. For a reason I did not know, nor was I particularly interested. As I followed behind Percival, a wide golden room came into view. A mixture of gold and purple was everywhere, from the couches in the corner to the carpet on the floor. Even the fireplace was not spared from these colors. I didn't really mind the choice since gold and purple gave off a royal vibe. There were paintings of Thunderbirds on the walls. But one painting shocked me greatly. It was one of a man petting the side of a Thunderbird. He had a blue coat on and a brown suitcase by his side, a socially awkward smile on his face but a fanatical look in his eyes as he looked at the beast. I couldn't believe that Newt Scamander was actually here. "I'm not surprised you recognized him," said Robert as he looked at the same painting. "He is someone I idolize deeply. His love for magical creatures and his obsession with understanding them is what drives me to be a magical zoologist," Robert said with a bright smile. "He is indeed someone worth praising, even beyond the realm of magical creatures. He has done far more than just help beasts," I said vaguely as I gazed up at the man patting the beast in a perpetual cycle. I remembered that in a specific scene in Harry Potter 3, Newt was spotted on the Marauders map. Maybe I should pay him a visit and have a little chat. I stopped looking at the painting and focused on everything else in the area. The room was square-shaped, with tables on the top right corner with a small library next to it. It seemed to be the common study area for those who did not wish to leave the house premise. On the bottom left were the paintings I was currently looking at. It was simply full of paintings, nothing more, nothing less. I guess it served as a way of conveying the history and sightings of Thunderbirds. On the bottom left was an array of couches set in a U shape. They all surrounded a fireplace that radiated a warm heat that instantly relived whatever fatigue we were feeling. And on the top left, there was a massive map of the world, filled with notes and markings both new and old. Seems to be left behind and edited by many generations. Locations of magical beasts, schools, governments, magical communities. And beneath it were notes categorized into shelved. Each one addresses any of the aforementioned topics on the map in detail. I skimmed over the stuff about different schools and soon found myself engrossed in them. The Japanese school was constructed on a smaller island off the main country itself. There, massive buildings stood. Not a castle, but buildings with ancient Japanese architecture. They only had two houses. One was under the name of Raijin and the other was under the name of Fujin, masters of lightning and storms. They were said to protect the entire school and no attacker had even been able to penetrate inside and leave to tell the tale. Although I doubted such gods existed, I didn't believe they were baseless. Either they had a massive and immensely dangerous array set up, a guardian beast of some sort, or something else. Either way, they were powerhouses in the world. Next was the Uagadu, the Ugandan wizarding school, located in the Mountains of the Moon in western Uganda. It was the largest of the 11 wizarding schools, accepting students from all over Africa. Many visitors, according to the parchment in front of me, who came to the school spoke of a stunning edifice carved out of the mountainside and shrouded in mist, so that it sometimes appeared simply to float in midair. There wasn't much else, but it did speak about the reputation of the school in brief detail. Uagadu students were famously skilled in astronomy, alchemy, and self-transfiguration. Wands were primarily a European invention, and although African wizards did adopt them as useful tools, Uagadu students preferred to cast spells simply by pointing their fingers or through other types of hand gestures. This technique gave them a sturdy line of defense when accused of breaking the international statute of secrecy. They could say they were simply making a random gesture and not intending to do magic. I chuckled at the comment left on the side. A very well thought out excuse, but also a shocking revelation. The students of Uagadu were able to do wandless magic. Although that was the case, however, it was a different way with much less control. Although they still had to point, which was a direct giveaway, it didn't take away from the fact that they were able to do so. Something I would have to investigate in detail. There must be more to it since otherwise everyone else would have adopted the same methods. Even though wands do provide some boosts in power output, people in other countries are limited to attacking with a wand and can't point their fingers in conjunction. It was a murky concept that went against some of my previous hypotheses and conclusions. It definitely sparked my curiosity. There was also a key detail here. There were only less than a dozen known wizarding schools worldwide. And although I wasn't convinced there weren't some hidden ones for one reason or another, at least several of them were made public knowledge. These schools are: Beauxbatons Academy of Magic is located in Pyrenees, France. Their range of acceptance was France, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium, and the school was founded before the 1290s. It is unknown when it was officially founded. They are willing to accept international students. Castelo is located in the Amazon rainforest, Brazil. Their range covered all over South America and was founded in the 10th or 11th century. They are willing to accept international students. Durmstrang Institute is located in Scandinavia, the northernmost reaches of either Norway or Sweden. They are willing to accept international students, but presumably mainly Northern and Eastern Europe. They were founded pre-1290s, but the specific date was also unknown. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located in Highlands, Scotland. Their range covers Scotland, England, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. The school was founded in the late 10th century. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located in Mount Greylock, United States of America. Their range is all of North America and is willing to accept promising students from abroad under the recommendation letter from the headmaster of their current school. It is one of the youngest schools, being founded in the early 17th century. Koldovstorets is located in Russia, and they accepted anyone from Russia and abroad under similar circumstances as Ilvermorny. It is unknown when the school was founded. Maharakoro is located in Minami Iwo Jima, Japan, and the range of acceptance is all of Japan with similar conditions to Ilvermorny for accepting students from abroad. Uagadu is located in the Mountains of the Moon, Uganda, and accepted anyone from Africa and abroad, similar conditions to Ilvermorny. They were founded pre-11th century. Hyderabad, located at the bottom of Kanchenjunga district, Nepal, Sikkim, India. They accepted anyone from all over India and the same format for abroad students as every other school. Tsinghua is located in a remote area of Guilin and Yanshuo, China. They accept any student from all across China, and the same rules apply for any abroad student. That was all the schools currently known to the world. A sense of excitement welled up inside me as I thought about their own ways of teaching, their own schools, their own culture and ways of life, their innovative use of magic for both everyday life and for battle purposes. I wanted to know it all. As I gazed back up at the map, I finally felt like a big part of me had been unearthed, as if it had been silently waiting to be rediscovered. I would make sure to indulge in this side of me in the future. But for now, I needed to focus back on my more pressing matters. I still had a lot to do in these next couple of years, and I didn't have time to travel. So, having put myself back in check, I said goodnight to Percival and his crew and went upstairs to the 3rd floor where the second years slept. Just like Hogwarts, the floor was separated into the girls' section and the boys' section. There was a small lounge in the middle and corridors that lead to the men's and women's bathrooms/showers. There was another corridor that lead to the sleeping quarters, which I headed to after a quick shower. It was a big circular room. There were 10 beds and a stove in the middle to heat up the room on cold days. And although I didn't feel cold, it still felt uncomfortable to sleep on cold sheets. So, I lit the stove quickly and swiftly headed to bed for a good rest. The night passed without me noticing the arrival of the rest. When I woke up, the sound of opera blasted into my ears. I jumped at the sound since it was too sudden. I looked for the source and saw a kid combing his hair as he looked out the window. I grimaced at the sight. I got out of bed, walked over and pushed him half out the window. His half-neat hair was thrown into disarray. I then kicked the device that was playing that horrendous shit several times to shut it up completely. The first thing you play in the morning is this horrible trash. Are you trying to make our ears bleed? I yelled in his ear. The kid who was half out the window was panicking. My hair. You're messing up my hair. It took me a whole 10 minutes to get the first half just right. Look what you've done. He yelled angrily. I was momentarily stunned before grinning slightly. You must have a death wish, I asked as I let him slip out the window. Ah, he yelled and closed his eyes. I sat down at the edge of the bed and continued to hear him scream. Oh, a new tune? Asked Percival as he walked over with a smile on his face as he observed the kid who was clearly hovering beside the window. I shrugged. What can I say? I'm a composer myself. I couldn't help it. I joked and smiled. Percival chuckled. We turned and continued to stare at the kid who by now realized something was wrong. Even though we were pretty high up since the floors were taller, he should have landed by now. When the kid opened his eyes and noticed that he was still hovering, he looked in my direction with a questioning look. I had been using telekinesis this entire time. Although new at it, I was already able to use it to keep the kid in the air. It wasn't efficient since I had no mastery over it, so I was burning a lot of magic this way. But I had almost infinite at this point, so it didn't affect me. Also, from the memories of the elf, there didn't seem to be an upper limit to the quantity of weight he could lift as long as he poured enough medical energy into it. Percival turned to me with a curious look. What spell are you using? He asked. I shook my head. Not spell, telekinesis, I said with a smile. Percival's smile froze and he looked at me in shock. You know, you're quite the irritating fellow, he pouted in annoyance. I couldn't help but smile slightly before Percival began to float slightly off the floor. I didn't mean it. I didn't. You're lovely, beautiful and handsome. You are the conqueror of woman and slayer of dragons, he spouted quickly. Honestly, it worked, simply because his shamelessness and bootlicking were too much. I dropped him back on the ground. Percival smiled slightly and perked right up as he patted the dust off his ass. Hey, are you just going to leave me hanging here all day? The voice of the kid I had momentarily forgotten about sounded in our ears. I turned my head and looked at his red face. It seemed that a lot of blood had rushed to his head. I chuckled slightly and waved my hand. A gust of wind completely messed up his hair before I decided to bring him back in. No, my hair. I can't leave like this, he shrieked as he clutches his ruined hair. What the fuck is wrong with this kid? I asked myself as I stared at him. Percival leaned in. John Perkins, son of an extremely wealthy businessman. This kid is well known for being too pompous. He also has a thing about looking his absolute best, even when he sleeps, he said with a mocking grin. I nodded in understanding. There were many odd characters in the world, especially in the wizarding world. I just happened to run into quite the odd case. John by now had gotten up and had black lines all over his face. He looked like an old man as he stared at himself in the mirror. A tear fell from his eye in an overly dramatic way. Asterisk sniff asterisk, all the ladies will shun me because of you. I'm unsightly. Almost as much as you two, he said seriously. I swear I felt a vein pop on my forehead. Percival was also incensed. I turned to him with a playful smile. If that's the case, I grinned. Percival smiled evilly as if completely reading my mind. You can stay here all day, he finished. We laughed eerily, which made John shiver slightly. 10 minutes later. MMMMHHHH. MMMMH. John had his mouth covered with a sock and tied to a chair in the corner of the room. I looked at my artwork in satisfaction and turned to see Percival sporting an equally content smile on his face. We wouldn't want to ruin your image by having you be around us. So, we are keeping you here for the day. You should be thanking us, we're doing you a favor, Percival said with a grin. Then the sound of the door opening could be heard behind us as Robert, Fred and 2 other boys came in. This made 7. There seemed to be 3 who left early, or the beds were vacant. Robert instantly frowned when he saw John struggling in his ropes with a look of dread on his face. Fred, on the other hand, was apathetic to the situation, but I clearly saw a spark of amusement in his eyes which I found most interesting. "What happened here?" Robert asked sternly. Percival chuckled and explained the situation to him. Robert frowned even harder at the end and looked at us reproachfully. "You do know that if he misses the first day of classes, he will get detention for a week with Brambleton, right?" I didn't actually know that, but I then looked at John with an evil smirk, who knew there would be such a good punishment. Percival didn't seem to care either and simply shrugged. Robert massaged his forehead for a moment before walking forward to release John from his restraints. "You better not stop me, or I'll tell the professors who the culprits behind this were," he warned and untied John. I was just about to stop him too, but froze at his statement. I then remembered the words of Professor Brambleton. "No trouble making." "Fuck," I cursed in a low voice when I saw John being released. "HMPH, you barbaric people. This is no way to treat my esteemed self. Not only have you ruined my hair, but you also attempted to get me punished," he said with a puffed chest and walked towards his mirror again. "What are you doing?" Percival asked with a frown. John turned and looked at him as if he was an idiot, which pissed the latter off instantly. "Obviously I'm going to fix my hair, duh." "And you," he said pointing at Robert. "Your collar is messy, your hair needs less gel, your shoes are dirty, and your face hasn't been washed. You look like a pig straight out of a farm. No girl will ever like you," he commented with a straight face and made his way to his mirror with brisk steps. Me and Percival instantly saw a vein pop on Robert's face. I tried to hold my laughter in as I saw his face turn increasingly red from rage. As if something snapped, he shouted, "You ungrateful shit," and stomped his way over and smashed John over the head with his fist. Percival was shocked, which puzzled me. Robert is never violent. He is one of those pacifist people who abhor violence, he said as he looked back up at the raging Robert, who looked like a savage. I couldn't help but laugh this time. John's face was looking more and more like a pig than a human face. I was astounded at the pummeling he was receiving from the gentle kid. But my laugh seemed to have caught Robert's attention as he raised his head and looked at me with anger. That surprised me. Was he in a blind fit of rage? As the former was heading over, I raised my hand. "That's enough," I said, and Robert instantly began to levitate on the spot, unable to move forward any longer. He could only wave his arms wildly in protest. I waved my hand again at a stream of water shot into his face, soaking him through. It seemed to have woken him up as he looked at me blankly. It was only several minutes later that Robert was sitting on the bed with dry clothes, which, interestingly enough, addressed the issues John had picked up on. I then looked at the heavily injured John, as did everyone else. Fred looked even more amused, which made me smile slightly. The kid did seem to have some life in him. I then stood up under the gaze of everyone and walked over to John. I crouched down and used the healing ability in my eye. Under the stupefied gazes of everyone present, John's face began to heal as if time was being winded backwards. In a matter of moments, the kid was back to his healthy self. When he woke up, he instantly perked up and looked at Robert before pointing at me. "You are a savage like the rest of them," he shouted angrily before getting up and going to his mirror and beginning to fix his hair from scratch, all under the numb looks from everyone else in the room. I looked at John as if he was an idiot. Who can be so idiotic? It must be an ability of his. And if it was, it wouldn't be one I was willing to absorb. Who knew what drawbacks it has? What if it made me as transfixed on my hair as this idiot? By now, everyone was done with their things and John had fixed his hair in a much faster time. But I had to say, he had some crazy nice hair. It seems that even though he was an idiot, he still had some skills. The two students that Robert came in with didn't stay to enjoy the fun show. I didn't really mind. They didn't seem like people who could appreciate a good time. Soon after, the four of us with a complaining John in tow made our way to the first floor where Jenna was adding something to the map. Jenna leaned her head from behind the map when she saw us coming down. "Ah, finally, you guys came down." Everyone was already leaving for breakfast. Abby already went ahead. She doesn't want to be late for class if we eat too slow. You know how she is, a massive geek when anything related to dueling or battling is involved, she said with a smile as she stood in front of us. I noticed that Robert seemed to be imagining something and blushed from time to time. The poor fool was completely lost. We all grouped up and walked out of the tower. The bright sun shone down on our bodies in greeting as the vibrant green grass and the surroundings swayed with the gentle wind. I inhaled a lung full of fresh air and felt alive and full of energy. Beyond the small field of grass, a wall of trees could be seen. The depths quickly faded into complete darkness even while under a bright sun. Jenna noticed my stare and smiled before leaning in. We call it Nightmare Forest, a part of the mountain that stretches almost infinitely within the expanded space of the castle. Magical creatures are everywhere in there. It's incredibly dangerous. But apparently, in order to graduate from school, every student will be sent into the forest and must survive for 3 days. The mortality rate is not high since the teachers are around to make sure nothing incredibly dangerous appears. But there are always some students who die due to carelessness, she said casually. I was surprised at the revelation. Who knew this school was so intense? But at the same time, it was understandable from what I had gathered from the notes in the House Common Room. This school provided top-notch education pertaining to defense against the dark arts and defense in general. Every student who graduates from this school is very versatile in their magic knowledge and can more than definitely defend themselves. After all, they were exposed to the arena since the start of their first year. And although they would most definitely not face anything incredibly dangerous, from the words of the older girls back in the coffee shop, dragons could be introduced. It was a very impressive curriculum and one that put Hogwarts to utter shame. Fascinating, so I assume that nobody is allowed inside? I asked. Percival shook his head this time. Nah man, this school is very laid back with its students. They are given strict warnings and are educated on the dangers. But nobody will stop you from going in there. After all, fortune goes hand in hand with danger. Who knows what's in that forest? He explained. I was stunned. No restrictions? This school was insane. How is this school still standing? Parents would have complained due to the mortality rate, wouldn't they? I asked. Jenna laughed. Nope, because all students are forced to sign a contract that absolves the school of any liability during our first class in the first year. You'll probably be asked to sign in shortly when class starts. But in any case, the school has provided the students with all the tools and knowledge. The rest is in our hands, she said. I frowned slightly. What about those who don't want to sign it? I asked. Percival shrugged. Adios, amigo, back the way you came, he said with a chuckle. I understood. Either you sign or you leave. Although tyrannical, it was something this school had all the power to do since they monopolized the magical education in America. Why? "Do you not want to sign?" he asked casually. "Huh. Nah, I have no problem with signing. I was just curious to know how the school solved the problem," I answered equally as causally. "I could burn the whole forest down if I wanted to. My flames eat anything they touch and cannot be extinguished unless I will them to. So, there was no threat whatsoever from this forest." Our idle conversation continued as we descended the steps until we reached the small stadium we had entered from. It didn't have a roof, so the sun shone directly on the grass that plagued the floor. Inside, I saw the majestic Thunderbird statues that adorned the stadium. Several small stages were placed evenly around the stadium floor. Each had a door in the middle with a plaque on the door. Library, cafeteria, main castle, arena, Quidditch stadium, pool area. As I looked at the names on all the doors, I understood that the school made it simple for the students to access anything that required a lot of walking. Since the expanded area was massive and the castle was huge, the extra areas such as the arena and Quidditch stadium would be placed pretty far away. This way, it made it much easier. There was the main castle door, which probably contained all the classrooms for all the students. I assumed that the cafeteria and library were in the castle too, but it gave the students who were leaving their houses an easier and faster access point, something I knew Hermione would drool over. And finally, the last door, pool area. I looked at it with a puzzled expression. Percival noticed it and smiled. We learn to deal with the open ocean. Since most wizards are incompetent when it comes to dealing with the non-mage, and can therefore not use planes, they are taught how to deal with the oceanic environment. The pools recreate the sensation of being in the middle of the ocean. We learn how to use relevant spells and charms to save our life in the event that we fall off our brooms or have an accident. Since we don't have an established connection point with other countries, we are forced to do it the old way. That's why most people refrain from traveling. Only those who are accustomed to the non-mage ways can travel a lot. Traveling by broom to another continent would simply be a nightmare. Something very few have the courage to do, he explained. But I instantly dreaded that door. Under no circumstances will I step through that door. The image of that hideous, creepy, scary, and nightmarish monster coming from the depths made me shake slightly. Percival's eyes widened when he saw me acting like this. He then looked at the door and then back at me with a massive grin that threatened to split his skin. Who knew the great Thomas Knight was scared of water? What a little Bobby, he mocked while nudging me on the arm before running through the cafeteria door. I glared at his back, which made him run faster. I took one last look at the pool door and quickly followed after Percival. Walking through the door, the same enormous, multi-story, overly luxurious cafeteria came into view. But it wasn't as packed as it was last night. After all, not everyone had a class in the morning, and anyone could come in here and eat whenever they wanted. I spotted Percival sitting down at the same table as last night with Abby. Jenna, Robert, Fred, and I all walked over and sat down after ordering out food. I got a traditional English breakfast which consisted of fried eggs, sausages, back bacon, tomatoes, mushrooms, fried bread. It had been something I had been eating a lot back at home and had become a habit. And now that I couldn't get fat due to my body being special, I could eat whatever I wanted in however much quantity, and I would be fine. I really had to say, although the trial was tortuous, it was worth it. Everyone else got their own food. Abby was eating buttered bread with sugar and a latte on the side. Percival was eating a muffin and drinking pure black coffee. I didn't really drink coffee anymore because I simply loved tea too much. Plus, pure black was too bitter. Jenna ate a continental breakfast consisting of pastries and baked goods, fruits, toast, and coffee. Robert, being the no-meat guy, filled his plate with dozens of different fruits of all colors and shapes. There were even some I had never seen before. It was quite an interesting view. "Where did you get those fruits?" I couldn't help but ask. Robert beamed a smile when he heard me. "They are magical fruits made by the herbology students. Magnificent use of time. The students learn and apply their knowledge and other students eat it," he explained. I nodded. Neville would love that. I then looked at Fred. The fucker was eating bread and drinking water. The simple sight of it made me cringe. Bread and water was a terrible mix. I shook my head and handed him a large strip of bacon under the reproachful gaze of Robert, which I completely ignored. Fred looked at the meat on his plate and then at me with a puzzled gaze. I pointed at his plate. "Eat it. How do you expect to get anything done with a body that resembles a bag of bones? You need meat. It will make you healthy and strong," I said before Robert lifted his head sharply and opened his mouth. I knew he was about to spit some annoying but probably factual information to counter my point. "Shut it. I don't want to hear it," I said, raising a hand to his face. Robert grumbled annoyingly. "Robert, what are you, a puppy? Speak up, man," Abby said sternly. I really didn't understand what was with this girl. Robert seemed to be filled with courage and raised his head again and looked at me defiantly. I raised an eyebrow. "Boy, don't make me repeat myself. Unless you want to be left like John, I suggest you shut it," I said with a smile. Robert shivered slightly. The thought of missing class and being punished shut him up instantly. Abby raised an eyebrow at my statement. But over her head, I saw a clueless John with nowhere to sit. I sighed and got up before approaching him. As soon as he saw me coming, though, he began to frown. "What does the savage want with my esteemed self?" he asked arrogantly. I swear another vein popped as I cracked my knuckles. As I was about to punch the fucker, Percival came over and grabbed my shoulder. He smiled slightly and nodded in a certain direction. There, Professor Brambleton was standing, looking over at us with an excited expression. I knew exactly what the gaze meant. He was waiting for us to cause even the slightest trouble to jump on us and dish out overly strict punishments. I grimaced at the sight. "I was simply coming over to invite you to our table, but on second thought, fuck you. I don't think someone of your caliber would want to sit with a bunch of savages anyway, right?" I said with a cold smile and walked back with Percival in tow. "Cheers for the warning there," I thanked him with a nod. Percival only waved it off and nodded back. But as we sat down, John appeared and sat down next to Fred, who instantly grimaced. Dark lines even appeared on his face. Everyone on the table was stunned, speechless. This was the most emotion he had ever shown. John didn't seem to notice it and sat down with the same arrogance as before. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I'm gracing you with my presence. Maybe my beauty will rub off on you all and raise your standards," he said casually and began to eat. Jenna and Abby instant turned red with rage and had to be stopped by Percival and Robert respectively. I simply smiled. I knew he was happy to have someone come over and invite him, evident by the very small, almost unnoticeable smile tugging at his lips. I sighed slightly and chuckled. We finished our breakfast quickly soon after under the chatty atmosphere of the group. Everyone here had defense against the dark arts. Every second year in the house would have the same classes until the third year where, like Hogwarts, they would branch off slightly into their respective electives. Naturally, not every second year was in the same physical classroom but would instead be separated and distributed between teachers. Around 2-3 teachers would be allocated to each house for each subject. This would vary depending on the number of students there were in the current house. But there was always one teacher that was the head of the overall subject. Like Professor Michael, he was the head teacher of the Defense Against the Arts department. Professor Brambleton was the head of the Potions department and Professor Randall was the head of the Transfiguration department. So, as we walked, everyone had to put up with John's incessant ramblings and shallow insults. Fred had eaten the meat quietly and seemed to deeply enjoy it. I smiled again. He seemed very interesting. He must have a story that caused his current behavior. But pulling him out of his shell would prove to be helpful for him in the long run. As for why I wanted to help him, well, in a way, I saw my brother in him. Although Fred seemed to hide it incredibly well, I had an inkling that he was once exactly like my brother. Maybe it was just me, but either way, he seemed like a good person. Exiting the cafeteria, we reached the stadium again and headed to the main castle door. Even though the cafeteria was in a certain part of the castle, Jenna told me that it was in a corner and far away from all the classrooms. She also said in passing that there were more than 10 teachers for any one subject, dozens of experts in their field. After all, America was a massive place and thousands of kids attended at any one time. One teacher was far from enough. That was an interesting concept, since if that was really the case, then that would mean that magical aptitude between children in America was higher than in England, where only several hundred were attending magical education. Enough for one teacher to handle. There might be some differences when it came to the environment, diet, or genetic mutations that enhance the likelihood of magical abilities. It was a very intriguing situation that didn't seem to have an explanation for it. But it explained why everything needed to be so damn huge here. There was simply no way around it. There were too many students to house. As we walked through the door, a massive hall came into view, made of glossy black stone like the one in the English ministry. The floor had a carpet to it, and in the corners, massive knights made of stone with golden swords stood guard. I instantly became entranced at the sight of them and had to take a closer look. But before I could, Percival dragged me back. No time for sightseeing, man. If we don't hurry, the class will start before we get there, he said seriously. I was a little disappointed but understood it was for the best. I would make sure to study the engravings on the statues later. They seemed ancient, far beyond the scope of the school's supposed age. There was certainly something behind that. We went up a row of stairs and appeared at a massive intersection. The ceiling was at least 20-30 meters up. Pillars held it up, made of marble. It looked like a shrine. In the middle, the statue of a woman, a man, and 2 kids could be seen, made of pure gold. These are the founders of the school. Although we came upon the statue of first Headmistress Isolt, that was a very old one and the first created to commemorate her achievements. This one was made much later in order to commemorate the other 3. After all, they were a family, Jenna explained. What I found interesting was Isolt's 2 daughters weren't mentioned. Although I knew that Martha Stewart was a non-mage, I was surprised that she wasn't even mentioned. Was it a personal choice? She would eventually marry the non-magical brother of a friend from a Pocumtuck tribe and live her life as a no-mage. A hard decision, I would imagine, when you had knowledge of the magical world. Then there was Rhiannoc Stewart, who never married or had children, as rumor had it that she had the ability to speak Parselton like her ancestor Salazar Slytherin and did not want his powers to be passed down any further. A stupid decision, since there was still remains of the Gaunt family back in England. I never understood her decision. What's wrong with having such an amazing ability? A bit nonsensical, but I didn't really care. I then looked at the statues. They were each pointing towards one of the 3 massive corridors. They each point to a certain district of the castle. Going north, as pointed out by Vice Headmaster Webster Boots' statue, goes towards the science and math district, including potions, alchemy, runes, and arithmancy, act. To the east, as pointed out by Vice Headmaster Chadwick Boot, it heads in the adventure district, where topography, history, magical beast, and defense against the dark arts is held. It goes on, but you get the point. As the founder of the Thunderbird House, Vice Headmaster Chadwick loved to travel, so he made sure to include every subject that might facilitate that for future students. To the west, as pointed out by Headmaster James's statue, goes towards the healing facilities such as the infirmary, herbology, divination, astrology, knowledge studies, and music. The same thing as prior, there are more classes, but like all the other districts, they are electives, so you won't be exposed to much if any of it while you study here, she explained. I then looked at Isolt's figure, who was pointing straight up towards the roof. Where does she lead to? I asked. Percival smiled slightly. To the arena, he said. I don't understand. I thought the arena was somewhere different. Why is it on the second floor? I asked in confusion. Everyone paused and looked at each other before laughing. Even John, who was still being an annoying prick, was laughing along with the others. Am I missing something? I asked with a frown. Everyone nodded with tears in their eyes from laughing too hard. Percival pointed upwards. That's where the arena is. It's in the sky above the school, he said before bursting into another wave of laughter. But I was stunned, speechless. I raised my head in utter disbelief. How could then have an arena floating in the sky? That was too much. Right, Drac, at lies. HM haha asterisk cough asterisk ha 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 hum. Yes, seems very over the top BFFFFT, he said between laughs. What an utter prick. I didn't even bother to ask Echlies since that idiot was probably already half dead from laughing too much. What a savage school. They even have a floating building. I shuddered at the thought. But then an idea so grand and ridiculous that even the two dragons stopped laughing. They went completely quiet at my idea. The mere thought of it was too much for them to even comprehend or imagine. You're absolutely, unequivocally, clinically insane if you think that could actually be achieved, Drax said in disbelief. Damn, it's hard for me to be shocked these days. After all, I have seen and heard almost anything and everything imaginable. But this is too much. If you can achieve this, you might just be able to put your name down as the most insane, crazy wizard of all time. But your achievement will never be forgotten. I say give it a shot, mate. My mind was turning at a fast pace as a new goal was forming in my mind. One that will probably take several years to achieve, maybe even decades. But the end result would be something never before seen in the magical world. Maybe this is what the Thunderbird meant. Oi Tom, wakey, stop standing there and get moving, we don't have a lot of time remaining, Percival reminded me as he slapped my back gently. I shook my head to disperse the thoughts and joined the others as we headed down the east corridor. The walls were adorned with massive paintings of landscapes, armies, castles, cities. It was a magnificent view. There was also incredibly detailed maps of enormous proportions jotting down every single little detail within a city, country, or continent. This Chadwick dude really lit a fire under people's hearts to inspire so much dedication within others far into the future. That was something to look up to. We soon came upon another intersection. So, straight ahead is the history-related classrooms. To the left is anything relating to magical beast or battling, and to the right is anything relating to topography and such. So, we need to head left this time, Jenna explained to me. I nodded in acknowledgement and followed behind the group. Soon, dozens of doors, 2 meters in height, appeared, made of redwood with a name and number plate. To the left was Common Magical Beast Studies Rooms 1-10. Beyond that was Intermediate and Profound Magical Beast Studies. They totaled 30 classrooms in total. To the right, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Common, Intermediate, and Profound once again. Usually, first and some second years who found it difficult would stay in the Common Studies. The higher your scores, the higher the quality of knowledge you would be able to have access to. A simple system, and an effective one. since there was no point in teaching people something if they couldn't even comprehend the basic version. So with that in mind, we all walked towards the intermediate rooms and entered the seventh one. It was all on Jenna's notes. She was incredibly organized. Abby, on the other hand, was almost skipping as she looked at the doors with a fervent gaze. This only made everyone else chuckle softly. This was, according to everyone else, a normal sight. She only had eyes for dueling and combat-orientated classes. Anything else would bore her to death. As we walked in, the sound of people chattering could be heard. Students with the same house color as ours were seen seated at their desks, on their desks, or huddling around desks. It was a lively atmosphere that brightened up the room. There was no seating arrangement since that was for little children. We all chose seats that were close to each other, and the ones that were taken, we asked if they could move. There was no sign of arrogance or disapproval, mainly because when they saw me, they freaked out. A handy thing to have. Abby sat at the front leftmost seat like a good little girl. Jenna sat beside her with a less excited look. She preferred books and science over battling. Robert was right behind Abby like a good little dog boy man. Whatever. The kid was too far gone to care about acting like a normal person. He was two completely different people, and the one he was depended on whether Abby was around or not. Then there was Percival, who sat behind Jenna. I sat behind him with Fred right behind Robert. John was all the way at the back with a comb, a mirror, and perfume, making sure he was nice and pristine. I swear the dude was a doll. It was too much. I even had to open the window so that the perfume didn't stink up the place. Although it smelled good at first, he used half the fucking bottle. It was too much. As we all took our seats and chatted about trivial stuff, the big wooden door was slammed open and a muscular man in his mid-30s walked in. He had a thick mustache that curled at the ends, thick eyebrows that cast a shadow over his eyes. If I had to give a comparison, he looked like a magical Mario. "Good morning, class," he yelled as he stomped over to his desk. His deep voice reverberated inside the room, making the students slightly uncomfortable. "My name is Walter Blight, winner of the 233rd National Dueling Competition, participant in the suppression of the invasive Cherokee Devils that overrun Ashe County several years ago, earning me the title of Master Combatant. Winner in the Intercontinental Tournament between Ilvermorny and Maharakoro." He introduced himself. I was genuinely surprised, as were some of the students. Abby was on the brink of kissing the man's shoes as she bounced in her seat, clearly overexcited at having a good teacher. I was curious about his first two achievements. "Sir," I announced while raising my hand. "Yes, young man, what can I do for you?" asked Walter with a wide smile. "Can you explain what the National Dueling Competition entails? And what happened with the Cherokee Devils?" I asked. Walter's eyes went wide for a moment. He looked at me for a couple of seconds before nodding as if he realized something. "You must be the new transfer student that caused quite the spectacle yesterday. Thomas Knight, if I remember correctly. The headmistress praised your combative abilities. I'm most eager to have you in my class," he said before pausing. The students were astonished at his words. They all understood what being praised by the headmistress meant. I did too, which was why I could only smile awkwardly. "Now, for your questions. The National Dueling Competition is a tournament held every 2 years in the school's arena. It invited every wizard around America to enter and test their mettle against each other. The winner, like myself, gains a trophy, a luxurious reward, and recognition within the wizarding community, since the winner is crowned the best duelist in the country at that point in time. Naturally, there might be people that can beat the champion but chose not to participate, but since the tournament is inviting everyone of all ages, there is no excuse. So the title is fair. I hope that cleared that up for you." Moving on to the second question.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.